Chapter 53:12. Fire Qilan Patriarch had met Huang Fu Zun several times. In the entire eastern wilderness, Fire Qilan Patriarch was the only demon overlord who could talk to Huang Fu Zun. The other demon emperors did not have that kind of respect. Huang Fu Zun was the first and only person in the Void Realm who became an emperor through Formation Dao. He had shaken the entire Void Realm back then. Back then, Huang Fu Zun was famous all over the world. However, when Huang Fu Zun was at the peak of his life, he suddenly disappeared. No one had ever seen him again. No one would have thought that he was hiding in the Meteorite Mountain range, guarding his peerless treasure. However, who would have thought that the peerless treasure that Huang Fu Zun had guarded for thousands of years would be taken away by Gu Fei in the end? Although there were many experts in Huang Fu Zun's era, there were very few people who could be friends with Huang Fu Zun. Well, brother Huang Fu, I just want to pay a visit to that person. It's a piece of cake for you. Fire Qilan Patriarch said awkwardly. You want to see my master? Huang Fu Zun was surprised, but then he sneered. My master doesn't even want to see me. Why would he want to see you? Huang Fu Zun was almost killed by Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two emperors of the Phoenix clan. At that time, Gu Fei's clone did not even make a move. What? Fire Qilan Patriarch was shocked. Did Gu Fei really come to the eastern wilderness? He only said that he wanted to see Gu Fei. His real purpose was to get information from Gu Fei. Now, he had guessed that Gu Fei had really come to the eastern wilderness. This was not a good thing for the entire eastern wilderness demon clan. Gu Fei was a peerless madman. He even dared to kill someone like Lingtian Palace Lord. The eastern wilderness demon clan could not compare to Lingtian Palace, which was the most powerful force in the Void Realm. Gu Fei did not even care about Lingtian Palace, so the eastern wilderness demon clan was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Brother, please introduce me to him. Fire Qilan Patriarch said shamelessly. Forget it. Get out of here. Huang Fu Zun said coldly. You! The red-clothed girl couldn't help but feel a little angry. All right, let's go. After saying that, Patriarch Firecalan pulled Hua Ling Xian away. Ancestor, why are you so cowardly in front of Huang Fu Zun? I feel ashamed for you. Forefather Firecalan pulled Hua Ling Xian and landed on a mountain. That's not cowardice. It's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ancestor Firecalan said loudly. Are you still pretending to be a pig? Hua Ling Xian was overjoyed. All right, at least we know that Gu Fei has probably come to the Eastern Barren Territory. Ancestor Firecalan muttered. So what? Isn't Gu Fei someone with one head and two shoulders? What's so great about it? This is the Eastern Wilderness, not his Southern Wilderness. He can't do whatever he wants. Hua Ling Xian said disdainfully. I say, little girl, when did you become so arrogant? Forefather Firecalan looked at his granddaughter with doting eyes. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the Firecalan race was one of the 5 strongest races in the Eastern Barren Territory. Otherwise, the Firecalan race wouldn't have been able to occupy the Southern Unicorn City. Only the strongest race in the Eastern Barren Territory could occupy such a place. Why is there another person here? At this time, Hua Ling Xian suddenly noticed a person sitting on a boulder under a tree a dozen feet away. It was a black-clothed man. To be more precise, it was a black-clothed youth. His face was sallow, and his figure was thin. He looked sickly. This black-clothed youth seemed to have become one with the surroundings. Even Forefather Firecalan and his granddaughter couldn't sense his presence immediately. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? Hua Ling Xian shouted at the black-clothed youth. Little girl, don't be presumptuous. Forefather Firecalan stared at the black-clothed youth sitting cross-legged on the boulder. This black-clothed youth was only a dozen feet away from them, but they couldn't sense his presence. This meant that this youth wasn't simple. It has to be said that Forefather Firecalan was one of the strongest demon emperors in the Eastern Barren Territory. Hua Ling Xian pouted and didn't think much of it. Little brother, why are you cultivating here? Forefather Firecalan probed. This isn't your place, so why can't I cultivate here? The black-clothed youth opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it was as if 2 bolts of lightning had flashed through the void. Forefather Firecalan and Hua Ling Xian were shocked. This guy really wasn't simple. Are you the youth with the black blade, Black Bladely? Forefather Phyrecolin suddenly stared at the black-clothed youth. Black Bladely? That Black Bladely? This name is really old-fashioned. Hualingxianer laughed. The black blade in front of the city lord's mansion in Dongyang City. Forefather Phyrecolin said calmly. What? Hualingxianer's mouth opened wide in shock. Forefather Phyrecolin and the others didn't come to Dongyang City unprepared. Their Phyrecolin clan had spies in Dongyang City. This black-clothed youth was Gu Fei's clone. Forefather Phyrecolin and the others were really unlucky. The mountain they landed on was the mountain where Gu Fei's clone was. An old Qilin and a young Qilin? Gu Fei's clone was still sitting on the boulder. What did you say? Hualingxianer was angry. This guy actually dared to look down on them. He was really despicable. Don't be rude. Forefather Phyrecolin still admitted defeat and humbled himself. An old Qilin pretending to be a pig. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone laughed. Even Forefather Phyrecolin was displeased by Gu Fei's clone's words. Hee, little brother. You should think about how to deal with Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign. Forefather Phyrecolin suddenly laughed. Just then, two extremely powerful waves of divine will descended from the sky and landed on Gu Fei's clone. In the next moment, two figures descended from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. Two powerful auras of the martial emperors immediately spread out from the figures. Gu Fei's clone's pupils shrank when he saw the two guys who suddenly appeared. You're Black Bladely? Phoenix Sun stared at Gu Fei's clone and said coldly, Your blade. Lord Phoenix held a big black saber in his hand. He shook it with his right hand, and in the next moment, with a clang, the big black saber shattered. The shards shot toward Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, when the fragments were less than a foot away from Gu Fei's clone, they all stopped and floated in the void. The quality of your blade isn't that good, Phoenix Sovereign said indifferently. Whether the blade is good or not depends on the person using it. Chapter 53:13. The Fire Qilin ancestor and Hualingxianer were too lucky. They landed on a random mountain outside Dongyang City and encountered Gu Fei's avatar, namely Heidao. Then Fengyang and Fengzun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, came directly to this mountain. How did these two get out of Dongyang City? It has to be said that Dongyang City was not a place they could enter and leave at will. This was because the entire city was under Huang Fuzun's killing formation. Therefore, when Fengyang and Fengzun wanted to leave Dongyang City, they would definitely alert Huang Fuzun. However, Huang Fuzun didn't appear, which meant the two of them had left the city using other methods. Little guy, you dare to challenge me? Are you tired of living? Fengyang stared at Gu Fei's avatar, and a cold killing intent spread from his body. At this moment, the fragment of the big black blade was still floating before Gu Fei's avatar. You're the ones tired of living. Gu Fei's avatar stretched out his finger and flicked a fragment before him. Ding! With a soft sound, the fragment turned into a ray of black light and shot toward Fengyang. Fengyang reached out and grabbed the fragment. He felt a burning pain in his palm, which shocked him greatly. The power contained in such a small fragment was extremely powerful. This person, namely Heidao, was definitely an emperor, and he was very strong. Who the hell are you? Fengzun stepped forward, and a powerful pressure shrouded Gu Fei's avatar. Gu Fei's avatar didn't speak. He waved his right hand, and the fragments floating before him all turned into rays of black light that shot toward Fengyang and Fengzun. They were extremely fast. Kill! Fengzun let out a roar and charged at Gu Fei's avatar. Boom! A ball of divine fire erupted from the Phoenix Lord's body. The fragments that shot towards him were all burnt to ashes and dissipated into the void. Go to hell! The Phoenix Lord approached Gu Fei's clone in an instant and threw a punch at Gu Fei's clone. Boundless fire, elemental power gathered on his fist. The moment the Phoenix Lord threw the punch, a fire phoenix rushed out of his fist, and the fist force materialized. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Gu Fei's clone merely extended his right hand and grabbed the Phoenix Lord's incoming fist. The fiery phoenix formed by the fist energy also disappeared. What? The Phoenix Supreme's shock was nothing to scoff at. He was the city lord of Dongyang City, one of the strongest demon kings in the eastern wasteland. There was actually someone in the world that could catch his fist with their bare hands. As it turns out, you are a fool. Gu Fei's clone grinned. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the Phoenix Lord's fist, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. Roar! The Phoenix Lord broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Suddenly, a fist smashed into the face of Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger was completely fine. The one who attacked was Feng Yang, but it was as if his punch had landed on a piece of divine metal. Not only did he not hurt his opponent, but his own hand was almost broken. This freak, Feng Yang, was shocked as well. At this moment, the Phoenix revered lord let out a roar and actually cut off his arm. He chopped off his right arm with a chop of his hand and then retreated. Gu Fei's clone had no intention of chasing after the Phoenix Lord. This guy is incredible. Fire Qilin Patriarch and Hualing Xian who had retreated to watch the show, were shocked as well. There was no one like Li Heidao in the Eastern Wasteland, but Li Heidao was definitely a king. There was no doubt about that. The Phoenix Lord and Feng Yang, the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, had suffered a great loss at his hands. Hualing Xian was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. This dark and skinny guy had cut off the Phoenix Lord's arm with one move. This kind of combat power was too strong. The Phoenix Lord was the city lord of Eastern Sun City, one of the top kings of the Eastern Wasteland demon race. Purgatory Furnace. The Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Sovereign worked together and unleashed their ultimate skills. At the next moment, endless divine fire surged out of their bodies, turning into a huge furnace that covered the entire mountain. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fire Qilin Patriarch had already taken Hualing Xian to hide in the distance. The two old fellows of the Phoenix clan are serious. Fire Qilin race stared at the monstrous divine fire. The Fire Qilin race was also a divine beast of the fire element. Their fire control technique was not inferior to the Phoenix clans, and they each had their own specialties. Patriarch, do you think these two can defeat Li Heidao? Hualing Xian's gossip fire burned. This is hard to say, Fire Qilin Patriarch pondered. Li Heidao's combat power made his heart palpitate. Patriarch, why don't we make a bet? Hualing Xian suddenly said. What bet? Fire Qilin Patriarch subconsciously said. His attention was attracted by the battle before him. Let's bet on who will win. Hualing Xian said. Haha, okay, I'll play with you. Who will you choose? Fire Qilin Patriarch smiled. I favor Li Heidao. Hualing Xian pondered for a while. The scene of Gu Fei's clone attacking shocked her to the extreme. It was too amazing. Okay, I'll choose the two old fellows of the Phoenix clan. Fire Qilin Patriarch didn't have a choice. Patriarch, if you lose, that Fire Qilin pearl will be mine. Hualing Xian said excitedly. So you're eyeing my Fire Qilin pearl? Fire Qilin Patriarch suddenly understood. But what if you lose? Fire Qilin Patriarch continued. If I lose, I'll massage your back for the rest of my life. How about it? Hualing Xian smiled slyly. You. Fire Qilin Patriarch was speechless. While Fire Qilin Patriarch and Hualing Xian were making a bet, Gu Fei's clone was sitting cross-legged in the purgatory furnace, allowing the purgatory fire to burn his body. This purgatory flame was incomparably terrifying. Soon, cracks began to appear on Gu Fei's clone's body. Gu Fei's clone was shocked. This body was an innate stoneman. It had been tempered by the spiritual qi of the world for countless years, and was even harder than immortal divine metal. However, the purgatory fire could burn the innate stoneman's body. If it was an ordinary emperor, they would have been burned to ashes. This guy, Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign, were the most shocked. The purgatory furnace was their trump card, combining the supreme mystiques of the two emperors of the Phoenix clan. However, what shocked them the most was that this guy was sitting cross-legged in the purgatory furnace, allowing them to refine him. Chapter 53:14. Outside Dongyang City, flames soared into the sky. Terrifying emperor-level pressure spread in all directions. The entire world was dyed crimson by the flames. That is, Countless creatures in Dongyang City were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. It's the aura of the ancestors. The descendants of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were all dumbfounded, especially Feng Zhan. He was a genius of the Phoenix clan and often received pointers from the two ancestors, Feng Yang and Feng Zun. He was naturally very familiar with the auras of the two ancestors. The two ancestors are working together to fight someone? Feng Zhan was also dumbfounded like the other descendants of the Phoenix clan. It has to be said that the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan had never worked together before because both Feng Yang and Feng Zun were at the peak of the Emperor realm. Feng Yang and Feng Zun could easily sweep through a region. In the entire Eastern Barren territory, there was no one that could make them work together. But now, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two emperors of the Phoenix clan, were working together. This had never happened before. It was the first time. At this moment, many mysterious and powerful figures appeared near Dongyang City. There were quite a few experts in the vicinity, watching the battle. The experts in the city also wanted to watch the battle, but no one was willing to break through Huang Fuzun's killing formation. However, everyone knew that the Phoenix clan definitely had a secret passage in and out of Dongyang City. However, since it was a secret passage, only the big shots of the Phoenix clan could use it. It's the purgatory furnace of the Phoenix clan. Two figures stood on a mountain in the distance. These two figures were blurry, as if they had no flesh and blood. It was as if a gust of wind could blow them away. Feng Yang and Feng Zun, those two old farts, are working together to fight the enemy. What is the background of that little guy? The two experts were whispering. I heard it's a guy called Li Heidao. What? There are only so many emperors in the Void Realm. When did this Li Heidao appear? Who knows? I'm afraid someone is pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. As the two figures were whispering, Gu Fei's avatar, who was trapped in the purgatory furnace, finally made his move. He pushed his palms upward. Rumble. Boundless palm force surged from his hands and condensed into two large hands. These two large hands broke through the layers of purgatory divine fire and slapped out of the purgatory furnace. The palm force of Gu Fei's clone was simply invincible and unstoppable. Even if Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Lord worked together, they would not be able to suppress Gu Fei's clone. How is this possible? The two fire phoenixes were sent flying. The two huge palms smashed the purgatory furnace apart, and endless divine fire swept out in all directions. Everything that was burned by this divine fire would instantly turn into ashes. Even old ancestor Fire Qilin had to retreat with his granddaughter, Fire Spirit Xian. The entire mountain exploded as if the world was going to collapse. Countless rocks smashed toward Dongyang City. Boom. The first stone smashed into the killing formation Huang Fuzun had set up outside Dongyang City. The stone directly shattered, and a ball of fire exploded. Countless runes appeared in the void. The next moment, a series of collisions rang out. Countless runes appeared in the air. The killing formation Huang Fuzun had set up was shaken. Countless creatures in the city looked at the scene in the sky in horror. The flames that exploded on Huang Fuzun's killing formation lit up the entire city. Roar. With a roar, Huang Fuzun appeared in the sky. Phoenix Lord, you deserve this. Huang Fuzun pounced on one of the fire phoenixes without hesitation. He was still brooding over Phoenix Lord's sneak attack on him. If not for his master, he would have died in the hands of the two old fogies of the Phoenix clan. How could Huang Fuzun not take revenge? However, the explosion of the purgatory furnace was too powerful. Even Huang Fuzun didn't dare to get close. The fire phoenix formed by the Phoenix Lord smashed over like a sun, and Huang Fuzun dodged in a hurry. Boom. The phoenix that the Phoenix Lord had turned into smashed into a mountain dozens of miles away. With a loud rumble, the mountain was smashed into pieces. Dust rose high into the sky. The other old ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang, wasn't much better. Feng Yang was also sent flying dozens of miles away, directly falling into a forest. The entire forest was instantly burned to ashes, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Can't even withstand one blow. A lazy voice rang out in the void. Huang Fuzun was stunned when he heard this voice. This black bladely is too heaven-defying. In the sky, Spirit Sien was dumbfounded by this scene. There is no such expert in the Eastern Barren Territory. He has probably surpassed the Emperor realm. Old Ancestor Fire Qilin said with a serious expression. Haha, no matter what, Old Ancestor has lost. Spirit Sien laughed. Since you lost, you have to pay. Old Ancestor, give me your Fire Qilin pearl. Spirit Sien was very happy. She had wanted Old Ancestor Fire Qilin's pearl for a long time. You've emptied my entire fortune. Old Ancestor Fire Qilin took out his Fire Qilin pearl with a helpless expression. This was the Fire Qilin clan's treasure. It contained an enormous amount of Fire Qilin energy. Using it to cultivate would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Old Ancestor, don't say that you're poor. I know that you have a lot of treasures. Spirit Sien smiled. Old Ancestor Fire Qilin was speechless. It seemed that his granddaughter had her eyes on all the treasures in his possession. While Old Ancestor Fire Qilin was feeling the pain of losing his Fire Qilin pearl, Feng Yang and Feng Zun had already charged at Gu Fei's clone. Kill. Feng Yang turned into a human, but there were 2 golden wings on his back. He flapped his wings, and countless golden rays shot out from his wings, shooting at Gu Fei's clone in the air. Every ray of golden light seemed to have pierced through the void. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gu Fei's clone didn't dodge at all. He let the golden rays hit him. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. The golden rays that shot at Gu Fei's clone all shattered in the void. This, not only Feng Yang, but all the experts who were watching the battle were also dumbfounded. This guy's physical body was so strong? If this is all you've got, surrender. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. He didn't want to be high profile, but he had to. His strength didn't allow him to be low-key, because there would always be people who didn't know what was good for them. You. Chapter 53:15. A shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all the experts of the human clan and the demon clan. The countless beams of golden light shot out by Fengyang Ancestor hit Gu Fei's doppelganger directly. The beams of golden light, which could even pierce through divine iron, were all shattered when they hit Gu Fei's doppelganger. Such powerful beams of golden light couldn't hurt Gu Fei's doppelganger at all. This guy's physical body is so powerful? All the experts who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. After all, it was the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang Ancestor. Who would dare to take an attack from him with their physical body? In the entire Eastern Barren Territory, there was absolutely no emperor who would dare to take an attack from Patriarch Fengyang with their physical body. However, this person called Li Haidao dared to take an all-out attack from Patriarch Fengyang with his physical body and come out unscathed. This was terrifying. Only a fierce dragon can cross a river, Patriarch Firecolin said in a low voice from afar. With such combat strength and such a strong physical body, this guy's cultivation had probably surpassed the Emperor realm and reached that legendary realm. If this was true, then who in the entire Eastern Barren Territory could be a match for this guy called Li Haidao? Even Patriarch Firecolin, who had dominated the Eastern Barren Territory for countless years, felt a little uneasy. Huangfu Zun also appeared nearby. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger in shock. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't look like Gu Fei. Gu Fei had changed his appearance and aura. For a moment, even Huangfu Zun couldn't recognize Gu Fei's doppelganger. At this moment, an extremely cold aura appeared between heaven and earth. The next moment, endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered in one place. A huge saber shadow appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Kill! With an angry roar, the saber shadow directly chopped down from the sky. Wherever it passed, a huge black crack appeared in the void. Is that the Fire Phoenix saber? Someone exclaimed. The Phoenix clan had a clan-protecting Dao artifact, the Fire Phoenix saber. It was a legendary supreme Dao artifact that surpassed the royal tier. What a terrifying saber! Even Patriarch Fire Qilin, who had roamed the eastern wilderness for countless years, was shocked to see this scene. The Phoenix Lord had used the Fire Phoenix saber. It had been a long time since the Fire Phoenix saber had appeared in front of the world. It had been so long that the younger generation of Eastern Barren Territory cultivators didn't even know that the Phoenix clan had such a powerful Tao weapon. Rumble. When the Phoenix Supreme cleaved down with his blade, the entire world shook and the might was earth-shaking. Finally, there's something to see. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up at the saber descending from the sky and said indifferently. However, even in the face of such a powerful blade, he still did not have any intention of dodging. The cold blade chi descended from the sky, and the impact caused the dust on the ground to rise. However, in the next moment, another shocking scene took place. Gu Fei's clone stretched out his right hand and grabbed the gigantic saber light that was slashing down from above. What? The Phoenix Supreme's shock was no small matter. This was an attack from the Fire Phoenix Saber, and it was the Phoenix Supreme's full-powered attack at that. Yet this guy called Li Haidao had grabbed it just like that? All the spectating cultivators' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. This scene was too shocking. This guy's cultivation is definitely beyond the Emperor realm. Patriarch Fire Qilan's voice trembled. How can someone like this be unknown? Hua Ling Xiener frowned. That's right. How could such a person be unknown? Patriarch Fire Qilan added. With this person's cultivation, he was probably one of the best in the entire Void realm. However, no one had heard of the name Li Haidao. Super forces like the Eastern Barren Phoenix clan and the Fire Qilan clan had eyes all over the major regions. There was no reason for them not to know if such an unparalleled cultivator had appeared in the Void realm. Everyone was extremely curious to know who this guy was. Or rather, which old fogey was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even peak Emperor realm cultivators like Patriarch Fire Qilan were old. No one could easily cultivate to the Emperor realm. Those who could become Emperor realm cultivators had cultivated for countless years. To break through to the Emperor realm and take that legendary step was even more difficult. This guy called Li Haidao couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. He must be one of those old fogies who had cultivated for countless years and wanted to play around. Who is it? All the big shots were guessing. Could it be Master? Wang Fuzun muttered to himself. It seemed that only Master had the strength to beat up two emperors of the Phoenix clan. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's clone grabbed the Fire Phoenix saber, Fengyang turned into a fireball and charged at Gu Fei's clone. Humph! Gu Fei's doppelganger stretched out his left hand and blocked the incoming fireball. This guy is incredible, Hua Ling Xiener exclaimed. Gu Fei's clone had blocked the joint attack of the two sovereigns of the Phoenix clan by himself. There was no one else in the entire eastern wilderness who could have such combat strength. Roar! Fengyang roared angrily. The fireball he had transformed into exploded. A terrifying fire elemental power erupted and blasted a huge crater in the ground. One after another, transparent spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Everyone, including the experts of the demon race, watched the battle nervously. Ordinary emperors wouldn't be able to withstand Fengyang's attack. They would be destroyed in body and soul. Therefore, all the experts wanted to know if this guy called Li Haidao could withstand such an attack. Then, all the experts were stunned. Even under such a terrifying attack, Gu Fei's clone remained unharmed. How is this possible? Fengyang was sent flying, and he kept coughing up blood. His trump card was equivalent to self-destruction. Even if he could kill the enemy, he would be greatly injured. This patriarch of the Phoenix clan was really fighting with his life against Gu Fei's clone. Damn it! Phoenix Lord desperately urged the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand to press it down. However, no matter how much he urged, the Fire Phoenix saber couldn't move even an inch. What shocked Phoenix Lord even more was that this guy had grabbed the Fire Phoenix saber with his bare hands. He had completely ignored the sharpness of the Fire Phoenix saber. This was the Fire Phoenix saber. No one had ever been able to block the Fire Phoenix saber with their bare hands. In the history of the Phoenix clan, nothing like this had ever happened. Chapter 53:16. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei's doppelganger was so terrifying that all the human clan and demon clan experts were stunned by his battle strength. At that moment, Gu Fei's clone sent Patriarch Fengyang flying. His right hand was still holding onto the Fire Phoenix saber that Phoenix Supreme had cleaved down. No matter how Phoenix Supreme circulated the Yuan Qi in his body and tried his best to inject it into the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand, the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand didn't budge at all. Let go. Gu Fei's clone roared angrily. His hand that was holding the Fire Phoenix saber exerted strength, and an extremely powerful force immediately erupted from his hand. Phoenix Supreme only felt a huge force pass through the Fire Phoenix saber in his hand. It shook his hand so much that he felt a sharp pain and blood seeped out of his hand. However, Phoenix Supreme held onto the Fire Phoenix saber with all his might and refused to let go. You won't let go even after your hand cracked. You are awesome, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. In the next moment, his right hand trembled and an even more powerful force erupted from his hand. Roar! Phoenix Supreme roared with all his might. His Yuan Qi surged and a huge Fire Phoenix phantom surged from his body. All his strength was gathered on his hands that were holding the Fire Phoenix saber. However, it didn't seem to be of any use. A bloody mist exploded from Phoenix Supreme's hands. The flesh and blood on his hands were shattered, revealing white bones. The power that erupted from Gu Fei's doppelganger's right hand was too strong. What? He's not letting go even after this? All the experts who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Motherf asterisk Kerr, let go of me. Gu Fei's clone turned vicious as well. He roared angrily, and the hand that was holding the Fire Phoenix saber shook again. This time, his power surged out like a volcanic eruption. Phoenix Supreme's hands that were holding the Fire Phoenix saber were turned into a bloody mist and dissipated into the void. Even his bones were turned to dust. Of course, with Phoenix Supreme's cultivation level, his crippled hands could quickly recover. The Phoenix Sovereign screamed and was sent flying. He kept coughing up blood, and the blood he coughed up contained terrifying divine fire. The Phoenix Sovereign was one of the strongest Emperor Realm cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness. Who would have thought that he would be beaten so badly by a human? At this time, the Fire Phoenix saber naturally fell into the hands of Gu Fei's avatar. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Lord crashed into the forest dozens of miles away. The divine fire that erupted from his body turned the entire forest into a sea of fire. Preposterous! The Phoenix Lord was enraged. He activated the secret skill of the Fire Phoenix race right away without a care for anything else. In the next moment, an endless amount of spiritual qi gathered towards the Phoenix Lord in a frenzy. A fireball appeared in the sea of fire, and within the fireball, a fire phoenix was being reborn. Terrifying waves of fire elemental power burst out from the fireball. Even the soil was melted by the heat, and the ground within a radius of tens of miles was dyed red. Nirvana? Seeing this, Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help but frown. It was hard to say how powerful the Phoenix Lord would be after Nirvana. After all, this was the trump card of the Phoenix race. On the other side, Fengyang was undergoing Nirvana as well. The news that the two ancestors of the Phoenix race underwent Nirvana at the same time shook the entire Eastern Wilderness. All the experts present were shocked to the extreme. This human cultivator had forced the two ancestors of the Phoenix race to undergo Nirvana at the same time. No one in the Eastern Wilderness could match this kind of combat ability. No demon could. At this time, in the mountains outside Dongyang City, it was as if two divine suns had appeared. The entire land was burning, and the mountains were collapsing one after another. The entire land looked like it was about to be burned to ashes by the two divine suns. Countless experts who were watching the battle nearby had no choice but to retreat further away. Looks like the two old fogies of the Phoenix race are going to fight to the death with that guy called Li Heidao. Forefather Fire Qilin said solemnly. This, Hua Ling and Xian were scared out of their wits. It has to be said that Fengyang and the Phoenix Lord were both ancestors of the Phoenix race. They were both peak emperors. Li Heidao was also a heaven-defying cultivator. Once the two of them fought to the death, the area around Dongyang City would definitely suffer. Perhaps even Dongyang City would be affected. The consequences would be very serious. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was in a very good mood in the Cloud Celestial House. Who was Lin Xiaotian? He was also a ruthless person back then. He dared to go to Ling Tian Palace alone and challenge the legendary Ling Tian Palace Master. He had already guessed that the person who could torture the two ancestors of the Phoenix race was definitely Gu Fei. Aside from Gu Fei, who else had such combat power? If Gu Fei killed the two ancestors of the Phoenix race, the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan would never let it go. At that time, even Gu Fei would be in trouble. However, no matter how cunning Lin Xiaotian was, he could never imagine that the person who tortured Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, was not Gu Fei himself, but his primordial stone man doppelganger. Gu Fei's Khanate stone golem avatar was already very strong. After his refinement, this Khanate stone golem avatar was even more powerful. Even the fire phoenix blade of the Phoenix race couldn't hurt Gu Fei's Khanate stone golem avatar. Gu Fei's stone avatar wasn't in a hurry to attack. He wanted to wait for the two of them to complete their nirvana rebirth before he attacked. Only then would he enjoy himself. Is this guy an idiot? He didn't attack before Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord completed their nirvana rebirth? All the experts were extremely nervous at this time. Everyone knew that if they attacked when the two ancestors of the Phoenix race were undergoing nirvana rebirth, they would definitely win. Only a fool would wait for the two ancestors to complete their nirvana rebirth. Shut up, all of you. Huang Fu Zun shouted in a deep voice. Those who were whispering didn't dare to make a sound. After all, Huang Fu Zun's name had spread all over the Eastern Wasteland these days. Who dared to provoke this devil? Even the experts of the immortal ancient city didn't want to provoke this madman. Roar! Roar! Two roars sounded at the same time, and the horrible sound waves spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the void shook, and the mountains were instantly shattered by the sound waves. Countless screams and cries of alarm rang out in the surroundings. Those with high cultivation, such as Ancestor Fire Qilin, were naturally not affected, but those under the Emperor realm were unlucky. Their ears were immediately shaken by the sound waves, causing them to bleed. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. Of course, those who could fly were all at the immortal realm. Falling from the sky wouldn't kill them, but they would be covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely pathetic. Boom! Boom! Two loud bangs shook the heavens and the earth. Two extremely powerful figures stood up in the boundless divine fire. The two ancestors of the Phoenix race had completed their nirvana rebirth. Both their energy and combat strength had surpassed their limits. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the void around them to tremble. Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord were so powerful that it made people shiver. You shouldn't have let us complete our nirvana. Chapter 53:17. Gu Fei's clone was fighting the two forefathers of the Phoenix clan. The two forefathers were the pillars of the Phoenix clan. If anything happened to them, the entire Phoenix clan would fall from the sky to the ground. Without an Emperor Realm expert, the Phoenix clan was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the Eastern Barren Territories experts. Everyone would take a bite until this piece of meat was eaten clean. Therefore, the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, could not afford to lose. You shouldn't have let us succeed? At this moment, two figures stood up from within the boundless god flames. Every single one of them was extremely strong, causing the surrounding void to distort under the scorching heat of the god flames. Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's cultivation and combat strength had not only recovered to their peak, they'd even surpassed it. Too powerful, too terrifying. All the experts who were watching the battle were shocked by the two experts, Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Lord. These two fellows have already broken through to the half-step transcendent Emperor realm? Forefather Firecolin said in shock. The two had become so powerful after undergoing nirvana. If they worked together, they could probably sweep through the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The legendary realm? Hua Lingxianer exclaimed. Under her grandfather's protection, she'd enjoyed watching the battle. Sigh. Forefather Firecolin sighed. He'd cultivated his entire life, but hadn't been able to reach that realm. One had to admit that the Phoenix clan's secret art was truly amazing. This secret art could completely stimulate Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's potential, allowing their combat strength to surpass their limits. Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's cultivation had reached peak Emperor realm a long time ago. Nirvana's secret art could allow their combat strength to surpass their limits. Forefather Fireculin couldn't help but feel nervous. So what if I let you succeed in nirvana? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. You're too arrogant. Feng Yang glared at Gu Fei's clone. I'm not arrogant, you're just too weak. Gu Fei's clone said proudly. Why are we wasting time with this madman? Just kill him. The Phoenix Lord walked toward Gu Fei's clone step by step. That's true. Let's just kill him. Feng Yang also began to close in on Gu Fei's clone. The two experts rushed towards Gu Fei's clone at the same time. With every step they took, the void would tremble and transparent spatial ripples would spread out from under their feet. You two bastards, do you want to gang up on me? Do you have any shame? At that moment, a loud shout came from afar. In the next moment, a figure rushed over from the distance. Countless runes surrounded the newcomer as he sat cross-legged on the Golden Lotus. This Golden Lotus platform was the Buddha's Lotus Platform formation disc. Huang Fuzun finally showed up. If he did not show himself now and infuriated his master, he would be in deep trouble. Of course, in his opinion, Feng Yang and Phoenix Lord were just clowns before his master. Huang Fuzun didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to show his loyalty. Huang Fuzun wanted Gu Fei to help him refine a new formation plate with the divine metal. Of course, he had already refined the Buddha's Lotus platform, which was not bad at all. Huang Fuzun, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Phoenix Lord took a step forward and instantly appeared before Huang Fuzun. He threw a punch at Huang Fuzun. The violent fist force caused a gust of astral wind to blow high up in the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the astral wind. Damn it! Huang Fuzun was shocked. He didn't expect the guy to attack without a second thought. He hurriedly activated the formation plate. In the next moment, a layer of runes appeared on the formation plate and covered him. Bam! Phoenix Lord's punch scattered the runes around Huang Fuzun and landed on Huang Fuzun's chest. Huang Fuzun and the Buddha's Lotus platform were sent flying dozens of miles away. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. He sent Huang Fuzun flying with one punch? Such combat strength was indeed incredible. After undergoing nirvana, the Phoenix Lord was able to send Huang Fuzun flying with a single punch. Such combat strength scared all the experts present. The most oppressed one was Huang Fuzun. He never thought that he would be sent flying by a punch from the Phoenix Lord. His chest caved in where he was punched. His sternum was shattered, and the clothes on his back were torn. Phoenix Lord's fist force went into Huang Fuzun's body and came out, tearing the clothes on his back. Of course, with Huang Fuzun's cultivation level, it was impossible to kill him with one punch. However, he was also badly injured. It would take some time for him to recover. Not only did he fail to show his loyalty in front of his master, he also lost face in front of his master. Huang Fuzun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You can't even withstand one blow. Phoenix Lord retracted his fist and sneered. You hit my man. The consequences will be severe. Gu Fei's clone looked at Phoenix Lord and said indifferently, What did you say? Phoenix Lord stared at Gu Fei's clone coldly. Huang Fuzun is your man? Your Gu Fei? Feng Yang, who had been staring at Gu Fei's clone, suddenly said, What? All the experts watching the battle were shocked. This guy, namely Heidao, was the legendary Gu Fei who dared to fight with Lingtian Palace Master. If this peerless villain came, the Phoenix clan would be in trouble. At this time, even Lin Xiaotian in Dongyang City was shocked to the extreme. He had never seen Gu Fei and didn't know what Gu Fei looked like. In fact, in the entire East Baron territory, who had seen Gu Fei, the peerless villain? Gu Fei is here? What should we do? Compared to Lin Xiaotian's calmness, East King panicked. Gu Fei was so powerful. How could they be a match for Gu Fei? Master is here? How is this possible? Soon, Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou received the news. Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou knew that their master couldn't leave Myriad Buddha Mountain right now, because their master had to refine the devil source he had obtained from the devil cave. That devil source was not so easy to refine. Therefore, the master who had appeared near Dongyang City was definitely not their master's original body. Is it a clone? Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou were shocked. Their master's clone was strong enough to fight with the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan? At this time, In the sky outside Dongyang City, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan were confronting Gu Fei's clone. The Phoenix clan could undergo nirvana rebirth and break through their limits. The current Fengyang and Phoenix Lord didn't care about Gu Fei's clone at all. This was because they guessed that Gu Fei's clone's cultivation realm was only a half-step Supreme Emperor. You guys come together. Gu Fei's clone crooked his finger at Fengyang and Phoenix Lord. What? Fengyang and Phoenix Lord were furious when they saw that Gu Fei's clone was still looking down on them. Boom. Boom. Chapter 53:18. After undergoing nirvana, Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were extremely powerful. In their current state, they could definitely dominate the Eastern Barren Territory. They could even fight their way into Middle Sky and fight against the Buddha and Sky Clan. However, it was a pity that they were going up against Gu Fei's clone. Although Gu Fei's clone was only at the peak of the Emperor realm, his body had been tempered by Gu Fei's main body. It was so strong that even a half-step Emperor Realm Dao artifact wouldn't be able to hurt him. Boom. Boom. The two Phoenix ancestors exploded with boundless sacred fire. The space around them twisted from the heat. Kill. Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign exploded with murderous intent. They were determined to kill Gu Fei's clone. If they didn't kill Gu Fei's clone would become a shadow in their hearts. If that happened, they would never be able to break through to the transcendent Emperor realm. How fierce, huh? Gu Fei's clone laughed and used the 8 desolation steps. Countless figures of Gu Fei's clones appeared in the air. Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's attacks couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clone's clothes. Their sacred fire also couldn't hurt Gu Fei's clone at all. Gu Fei's clone moved quickly in the endless sacred fire. It was as if he was playing with the Phoenix ancestor. He was extremely relaxed and didn't look like he was fighting to the death with the two ancestors. All the experts watching from afar were shocked by the movement technique of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The 3 figures moved quickly in the sacred fire. Strangely, there wasn't a single sound of collision. This meant that they hadn't really fought yet. Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were extremely depressed. The 2 old ancestors of the Phoenix's clan turned into 2 dazzling flames, causing the void to tremble in their path. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clone's clothes. Coward, don't run if you dare. Fengyang roared. Haha, I'm not running away. I'm just teasing you, you know? Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. What? The 2 patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Fengyang and Fengzun, were so furious that they almost lost their minds when they heard that. This guy had underestimated them. Boundless fire net. Fengyang and Fengzun, the 2 great patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, worked together. Boundless divine fire surged and a huge fire net appeared in the sea of fire, covering Gu Fei's clone. Invulnerable. Gu Fei's doppelganger stopped and sat cross-legged in the void, allowing the fire net to trap him. However, the void around him was distorted and the fire net couldn't get close to him. What kind of divine ability is this? When Ancestor Fire Qilin, who was watching from the side, saw this, he could not help but frown. Let's destroy this guy's body and soul. Fengyang and Fengzun were overjoyed when they saw that Gu Fei's doppelganger was trapped. They performed the purgatory furnace again, wanting to refine Gu Fei's doppelganger. Rumble. Boundless fire elemental power was drawn over by them. The furnace was 30,000 meters tall, and the divine fire inside was extremely powerful. Even a mortal godly metal would be instantly melted into a wisp of smoke if it was thrown into this 30,000-meter furnace. The scene of this towering furnace towering between the heavens and the earth was simply too shocking. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger just sat in the void. No matter how powerful the fire of the furnace was, none of the divine fire could touch him. How is this possible? Fengyang and Fengzun, the 2 great ancestors of the demon clans, were dumbfounded when they saw that. They had already reached nirvana and stimulated all of their potential. But now, it seemed like they still could not defeat this guy. An hour passed, and Gu Fei's doppelganger was still unmoving like a mountain. 2 hours had passed, and there was no change at all. The furnace, on the other hand, had refined the void around Gu Fei's doppelganger into countless cracks. If it continued, even the void would be refined. Master, Huang Fuzun panicked when he saw Gu Fei's doppelganger trapped in the furnace. He did not know that Gu Fei's real self was on Mount Million Buddha. The Gu Fei trapped in the furnace was just Gu Fei's doppelganger. Huang Fuzun would be shocked if he did not know. If Gu Fei died, he would be buried with him. Gu Fei had planted a fatal forbidden technique on him. You despicable bastards. Huang Fuzun had been severely injured by Fengzuan. He took a few healing pills and rushed over. Kill. He waved his right hand in the void, and a huge dragon rushed out of the mountain range below, pouncing at Fengyang with its claws and fangs bared. It was a dragon formed by the qi of the mountain range. He had already planted formation plates in the surrounding mountains to draw the power of the earth for his own use. You only know how to draw the qi of the earth veins for your own use. You've fallen behind after all. Gu Fei's doppelganger's voice rang in Huang Fuzun's mind. Huang Fuzun was shocked. You still dare to come to die? At this time, Fengzuan rushed over and smashed Huang Fuzun's earth vein dragon with one punch. The violent fist energy sent Huang Fuzun flying again. There was no other way. After Fengzuan's nirvana, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was no longer someone Huang Fuzun could deal with. Huang Fuzun vomited blood again. However, he laughed weirdly despite the fact that he was vomiting blood. Because at this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger sent a formation method into his mind. This formation method was a formation that drew the power of the stars in the world. If he could draw the power of the stars for his own use, Huang Fuzun's combat strength would skyrocket. The unity of heaven, earth, and man was the ultimate way of formation. Huang Fuzun had only cultivated the earth formation method. Although it was impressive to draw the power of the earth for his own use, it was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Thank you for the method, Master. Huang Fuzun was overjoyed. This formation technique made him feel like he had been enlightened. It solved all the problems he had been facing for many years in the field of formation. Huang Fuzun was also an amazing person. He had opened up the path of Formation Emperor with his own strength. After receiving this formation method, Huang Fuzun felt like he had found a treasure. He quickly mastered it. At this time, Fengzuan only wanted to kill Gu Fei's doppelganger, so he didn't go after Huang Fuzun. However, what frustrated Fengyang and Fengzuan was that no matter how much they urged the furnace, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei's doppelganger. Moreover, Fengyang and Fengzuan were frustrated that this guy was still drawing the power of the furnace to refine the Fire Phoenix Saber in his hand. The Fire Phoenix Saber was the Phoenix clan's treasure. What would happen if he refined it? Damn it! Chapter 53:19. The battle between Gu Fei's clone and the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan had reached the final stage. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan had used their trump cards. However, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei's clone. Left with no choice, Fengyang and Phoenix Lord could only charge into the 10,000 Zhang furnace and attack Gu Fei's clone. They couldn't just watch as the Phoenix clan's ultimate treasure, the Fire Phoenix Saber, was refined by their opponent. Kill! Fengyang roared and turned into a dazzling saber light, slashing at Gu Fei's clone who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Using his body as a saber, Fengyang's attack was extremely powerful. Even the void was torn apart. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Fire Phoenix Saber's all-out attack. Boom! At the next moment, Gu Fei's clone exploded. At this moment, he had successfully refined the Fire Phoenix Saber, and the power of the 5 elements erupted from his body. Without hesitation, he swung his saber to meet the saber light. The power of the 5 elements erupted from the Fire Phoenix Saber. The power of Gu Fei's clone's slash was extremely powerful as well. Clang! In the next moment, the two saber lights instantly slashed together, making a sound of metal colliding. The saber light transformed by old ancestor Fengyang was directly slashed away by Gu Fei's doppelganger. On the other hand, Gu Fei's clone was as still as a mountain. Gu Fei's clone sent old ancestor Fengyang flying with his saber and swept the Fire Phoenix Saber in his hand, meeting the old ancestor Phoenix Lord's attack. Fire Phoenix spreads wings. The Phoenix Lord's wings fluttered and two divine saber lights, met the fire phoenix saber that Gu Fei's clone had slashed at. Without any suspense, the Phoenix Lord was also sent flying by Gu Fei's clone. What? Feng Yang's figure appeared in the void with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even though he had undergone nirvana, he still couldn't fight this guy. It was the same for the Phoenix Supreme. He had undergone nirvana and his battle prowess had soared. However, he realized that he was still no match for this person. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Phoenix Supreme was about to go crazy. Could this guy be a transcendent emperor? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? In front of this person, he felt powerless for the first time. Thank you for gathering such a powerful force. Thank you, haha. As Gu Fei's doppelganger spoke, he immediately channeled his mysterious technique. In the next moment, his body seemed to have become a bottomless black hole, furiously devouring the fire elemental power of the 10,000 zhang furnace. What? Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were shocked by this scene. This guy could actually devour the power of the furnace. How was that possible? Rumble. One after another, streams of fiery light condensed from the essence of fire rushed towards Gu Fei's clone from all directions. Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign hurriedly gathered their fire elemental energy. However, they soon realized that no matter how much fire elemental energy they gathered, the power of the 10,000-foot furnace was still being devoured by Gu Fei's clone. Roar. Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign kept roaring. Powerful fluctuations of the power of fire broke out from their bodies, and a phantom of fire phoenix emerged from their bodies. The power of the 10,000-foot furnace standing between heaven and earth was constantly weakening, and the light became dim. In just a few seconds, Gu Fei's clone had already devoured countless power of fire elemental energy. Haha, great. Gu Fei's clone laughed. The power of fire elemental energy was constantly devoured into his body, and even he had a feeling that his body was about to swell. Buzz. The fire phoenix saber in the hands of Gu Fei's clone made a series of vibrations, and countless ancient Dao patterns loomed on the fire phoenix saber. Each Dao pattern was revealing endless fluctuations of the power of fire elemental energy. Even the fire phoenix saber in the hands of Gu Fei's clone was devouring the essence of fire elemental energy of the 10,000-foot furnace. Well, I'll give you a chance. Capture Lin Xiaotian, and I'll let you go. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. This, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign couldn't take it anymore. If they were devoured by the opponent like this, their cultivation would be completely devoured by the opponent. Okay, I promise you. Lord Phoenix said without hesitation. You're very straightforward. Gu Fei's clone was a little surprised to see Phoenix Sovereign answering so straightforwardly. If I can't win, I naturally have to lower my head. There's nothing to say. Phoenix Sovereign said indifferently. Okay. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his sleeves, causing the 10,000-feet furnace to collapse and be devoured cleanly by him. No one thought that this guy, Li Heidao, was still pretending to be weak. He could actually devour the 10,000-foot furnace so easily. The two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign, only felt that their bodies were hollowed out in an instant. The 10,000-foot furnace was condensed with the powerful vitality of the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign. It was devoured by Gu Fei's clone just like that. Naturally, their vitality was greatly damaged. Okay, get out of here. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They just turned around and left. We're in big trouble. Lin Xiaotian was a peak emperor. He guessed the reason why the battle outside suddenly stopped. It seemed that Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign had to lower their heads. As expected, after Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign entered Fengyang City, they headed straight for Dongyang City. However, they missed their target because Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. No one knew where they went. Didn't we already keep an eye on them? Why did they still escape? The Phoenix Supreme was furious because they would not be able to answer to Gu Fei's clone if that happened. How did they escape? Feng Yang pondered. This was too unbelievable. Only they knew the secret passage of the Phoenix clan in and out of Dongyang City. It was impossible for outsiders to know that secret passage. The current Dongyang City was not only protected by the city defense formation, but also blocked by the killing formation set up by Huang Fuzun. Even an emperor could not escape from Dongyang City without making any noise. What should we do now? Phoenix Sovereign vented for a while, and then said to Feng Yang, "What else can we do? Let them come in and search." Feng Yang said indifferently, Phoenix Sovereign sighed. The Phoenix clan of the Eastern Wilderness had never been so aggrieved. They were attacked and had to bow to the other party. The Phoenix clan is just, in the sky, Gu Fei's clone sighed. Lin Shoutian was a ruthless character. Under such circumstances, he could still escape with Dong Wang. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but admire this guy. Gu Fei's clone didn't expect Lin Shoutian to escape. He was starting to appreciate his talent. Chapter 53:20 Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City. Lin Shoutian had escaped with Dong Wang. No one knew how the two of them escaped from Dongyang City, because the current Dongyang City was even more secure than an iron bucket. Even Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, had to use the secret passage to enter and exit Dongyang City. Lin Shoutian could disappear silently with a person, which shocked the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun. Search the entire city. If you can't find anything, don't come back. Feng Zun roared at his subordinates. Yes. The group of experts of the Phoenix clan quickly accepted the order. Feng Zhan was also among the experts of the Phoenix clan. He was also one of the best in the younger generation of the Phoenix clan, and there were many people following him. He directly found young Master Qing and Go Sheng and asked them to mobilize their friends in the city to search for Lin Shoutian and King Dong in the whole city. The general of the city, Lang Tianhao, and his son, Lang Shan, led the regular army of Dongyang City to search openly. There was also Feng Zhan in the dark. This way, the Phoenix clan really mobilized all the forces in Dongyang City. The fat man from the Celestial sect had been watching the show. The Celestial sect was even more mysterious than Ling Tian Palace. The fat man didn't seem to care about the chaos in Dongyang City at all. The people of the Celestial sect were playing around in the human world. No one knew where they would appear. Damn, fatty. I heard that your sect is very mysterious. The fat man was watching the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan deploy troops from the tall building of the Yunxian house. He was engrossed in watching when a beautiful female voice came from the side and scared him. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the two fairies. The fat man smiled. I wonder why the two fairies are looking for me? Fatty said with a smile. Can't I look for you if there's nothing? Xiaoya said. I'm not interested in a silly little girl like you. The fat man looked at Xiaoya and said. At this time, Xiaoya was only 8 or 9 years old. Ever since she reached the divine realm, she seemed to have always maintained this appearance. What did you say? Xiaoya glared at him, and a murderous aura spread from her body. Little girl, your temper is really bad. Fatty did not put little Ya in his eyes at all. Damn, Fatty, this senior sister of mine is my master's favorite disciple. If you offend this senior sister of mine, you'll be in big trouble. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Is that so? Who is your master? Fatty asked curiously. Gu Fei. Long Xiaozhou said indifferently. What? Fatty staggered and almost fell. He really didn't know that the master of these two was actually Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei was a ruthless person who dared to fight with the palace master of Ling Tian Palace. The Gate of Heaven was very powerful, but compared to the Ling Tian Palace, the Gate of Heaven was a little lacking. Otherwise, the Ling Tian Palace would not be the #1 faction in the world, and the Ling Tian Palace Master would not be the #1 expert in the world. This Gu Fei dared to fight with Palace Master Ling Tian. He was really too awesome. As soon as he heard that they were the disciples of Gu Fei, Fatty was shocked. It turns out that the two fairies are the disciples of Senior Gu. I'm really sorry. Fatty said with a dignified face. Are you afraid? Haha. Long Xiaozhou laughed. You're scared. Xiaoya said indifferently. Fatty was really speechless. At this time, The entire Dongyang city had been in chaos because of the Phoenix clan. Countless humans and demons were crying for their parents. However, even if the Phoenix clan turned the entire Dongyang city upside down, they would not be able to find Lin Xiaotian because they were no longer in Dongyang city. Interesting. Outside Dongyang city, Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed because he sensed the aura of Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. Lin Xiaotian and King Dong were already thousands of miles away from Dongyang city. However, he didn't make a move. If he did, it would be meaningless. Huang Fuzun and the others couldn't sense the aura of Lin Xiaotian and King Dong. In Dongyang city, Feng Yang and Feng Zun both released their powerful divine senses. They wanted to search every inch of the void in Dongyang city. Of course, they found nothing. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little curious. How did Lin Xiaotian and King Dong escape from the city? I don't think they can find anyone. At this time, Long Xiaozhou leaned on the railing of the Yunxian house. She couldn't help but shake her head when she saw the countless experts of the Phoenix clan causing chaos in Dongyang city. Of course they can't find anyone, Fatty said proudly. Damn, Fatty, why do you say that? Do you know something? Xiaoya stared at Fatty and said, because I gave them a way out. Fatty was even more proud. What? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were shocked when they heard this. Is it really you? Long Xiaozhou looked at Fatty up and down. At this time, she realized that she couldn't see through Fatty's strength. As a result, Long Xiaozhou was even more shocked. Fatty, you've really hidden yourself well. Long Xiaozhou laughed. What's there to hide? Fatty pretended to be stupid. Seen your sister do it? As Long Xiaozhou spoke, he directly punched the fat man's fat face. At the same time, Xiaoya also flew up and kicked Fatty's waist. What do you want to do? Fatty was taken aback. He tilted his head and swung his bucket-like waist, causing Long Xiaozhou's fist to brush past his forehead. Xiaoya's toes also brushed past Fatty's clothes at his waist. This, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's shock was no small matter. This damn Fatty was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The three of them fought on the Yunxian house. Although Fatty was like a ball, he was very slippery. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya joined hands, but they didn't hit anything. He dodged all of their attacks. Fatty's body movement was amazing. Hey, fairies, don't. Fatty shouted as he dodged, waving his hands and feet in joy. Preposterous. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were furious. This guy didn't fight back at all. This made them very depressed because if Fatty didn't attack, they couldn't use their 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. The cultivation techniques of the Immortal sect were really interesting. Fatty's body movement was really strange, but it was also very useful. If Fatty's body movement was used to escape, with Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's cultivation, they really couldn't stop him. Of course, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya also had a trump card that they hadn't used. Damn, Fatty, fight back, Long Xiaozhou said while attacking. You coward, Xiaoya also said angrily. Haha, I won't attack. What can you do to me? Fatty said with incomparable pride. Long Xiaozhou was angry. You think we can't do anything to you if you don't attack? Chapter 53-21 Dongyang City, Yunxian Residence. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were battling the Fatty from the Immortal Gate. The Fatty was quite capable. He didn't fight back and kept dodging. This made Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya very unhappy and depressed. Because the Fatty didn't fight back, their 9 secrets of the Immortal Path was useless. Moreover, they weren't very familiar with some of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, so they wouldn't casually use the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. I say, fairies, why are you making things difficult for me? Fighting isn't good. Why don't we find a place to eat and drink tea? The Fatty kept talking as he dodged. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya had a big headache because of this guy. Fairies, why don't I treat you? The Fatty said. I'll treat you to a machete. Long Xiaozhou flipped her right hand angrily, and a saber immediately appeared in her hand. A heart-palpitating aura seeped out from the saber. This saber. When the Fatty saw the saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand, he broke out in cold sweat. Could it be Sovereign Slayer's saber? The Fatty exclaimed. His chubby face became extremely nervous, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You're quite knowledgeable. Long Xiaozhou was about to use Sovereign Slayer Saber. Oh my god. When the fatty saw that Long Xiaozhou was about to use Sovereign Slayer Saber, he jumped 1,000 feet into the air and instantly fled toward the city. He was many times faster than a rabbit. This guy is so fat, but he's so fast. When Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya saw this, they were also dumbfounded. Go after him. What are you waiting for? Little Ya rushed out of the elemental immortal residence and chased after Fatty. Long Xiaozhou also chased after her. She wasn't going to let the fatty go so easily. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the city. Two beautiful women, one big and one small, were chasing a fatty who was as fat as a ball. Everywhere they passed, they attracted the attention of countless humans and demons. What are they doing? Feng Yang and Feng Zun also noticed that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya were chasing after Fatty. Ancestors, those two women are Gu Fei's disciples, and the fatty they are chasing is a disciple of the immortal sect. Feng Zhan, who was waiting on the side, said carefully. What? Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were shocked to hear that. Gu Fei's disciple was hunting down the disciples of the immortal sect? What's going on? Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign were confused. Was Gu Fei going to attack the immortal sect? That was an immortal sect, a legendary hidden sect. The immortal sect was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew where they were located. However, although the immortal sect was mysterious, it was recognized as a superpower that was second only to the Ling Tian Palace. Who would have thought that a disciple from such a powerful sect would be chased by Gu Fei's disciple to such a sorry state? That is, Royal Slayer Saber? When Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign saw the saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand, they were shocked. Royal Slayer Saber was the #1 Dao weapon in Nanman. Legend had it that Royal Slayer Saber had tasted the blood of an emperor. Moreover, this sovereign beheader saber was snatched from the hands of barbarian emperor by Gu Fei. It was his spoils of war, and barbarian emperor was probably killed by Gu Fei with this sovereign beheader saber. When Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign thought of this, they couldn't help but sweat. At that moment, rays of golden light rushed out of Xiaoya's body. The golden light turned into armor and stuck to her body. In an instant, Xiaoya turned into a golden god of war. Even the Phoenix Supreme and Feng Yang could feel that Xiaoya was different from the others. Golden armor. After Xiaoya put on the golden armor, her aura changed drastically. The aura that the golden armor exuded made Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign's heart palpitate. Gu Fei actually gave these two peerless Dao weapons to his disciple? Feng Yang was dumbfounded. One should know that these two peerless Dao weapons weren't ordinary Dao weapons. Back then, Barbarian Sovereign relied on these two peerless Dao weapons to dominate the world. Emperor Barbarian had used these two supreme Dao weapons to unify Nanman. He even wanted to fight his way out of Nanman and fight for supremacy in Zhongtian. Unfortunately, the waters of Zhongtian were deep and Nanman returned in defeat. However, this was enough to prove the power of these two supreme Dao weapons. Now, Emperor Barbarian's two supreme Dao weapons had appeared in the hands of two girls. If Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign didn't have any thoughts about it, it would be impossible. If they had these two supreme Dao weapons, would they be able to fight against Gu Fei? When they thought of this, Feng Yang and Phoenix Sovereign couldn't help but be tempted. The supreme Dao weapons were right in front of them. Who wouldn't be tempted? Should we snatch them? Phoenix Sovereign sent a voice transmission to Feng Yang. Feng Yang didn't say anything, because everyone knew that once they made a move, there would be no turning back. It would be considered as going against Gu Fei. We can't be decisive, Phoenix Sovereign continued. Then let's snatch them. Feng Yang roared. He extended his right hand and grabbed Xiaoya. He wanted Xiaoya's golden armor. There was no such thing as a free lunch. How was it possible to get the other party's supreme Dao weapon without taking the risk? The other party wouldn't hand it over to them. Snatch them. Seeing Feng Yang make a move, Phoenix Sovereign also made a move. He wanted the Sovereign Slayer in Long Xiaozhou's hand. These two, in the sky, Gu Fei's clone's eyes turned cold when he saw this. They actually went back on their word and attacked his two disciples. This was too despicable. Phoenix Sovereign and Feng Yang were the patriarchs of the Phoenix clan and Emperor Realm experts. As for Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya, one was at the peak of God King and the other was only at the peak of God Realm. Does the Phoenix clan have any shame? Huang Fuzun roared when he saw this. His voice reverberated in Dongyang City and shook the souls of countless living beings. All the living beings in Dongyang City were terrified to the extreme. Rumble. Huang Fuzun made a move immediately. He activated the killing formation with all his might. In the next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded and countless illusions of dragons rushed out from the ground. At the same time, starlight descended from the sky and dispersed the clouds above Dongyang City. It was the power of the stars in the sky that was drawn by Huang Fuzun. Gu Fei's clone had imparted him an array Dao cultivation technique, and he was able to use it on the spot. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone also nodded inwardly. Huang Fuzun was really talented in the Dao of formations. Roar! Endless starlight turned into a huge dragon that swooped down on Dongyang City. It was like the dragon ancestor had descended from the heavens. Countless living beings in the city were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Rumble. Chapter 53:22. Huang Fuzun's talent in formation Dao was really good. In Gu Fei's eyes, it was already amazing. It has to be said that Gu Fei's vision was very high. In the entire Void Realm, even Long Xiaozhou's talent in formation Dao was not as good as Huang Fuzun's. Huang Fuzun's reputation as the #1 formation Dao master in the Void Realm was not just for show. Back then, Huang Fuzun was so famous, but in order to refine the ultimate formation disc in his eyes, he guarded the fallen star mountain range alone for thousands of years. Although he was no longer famous, his cultivation was even stronger. At this moment, inside Dongyang City, Feng Yang and Feng Zun wanted to steal the peerless weapons from Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. Huang Fuzun could no longer sit still and directly activated the killing formation. After he improved the killing formation, it could attract the power of the stars in the sky. This surprised even Gu Fei's avatar. At this moment, Huang Fuzun attracted the power of the heavens and the earth to attack together. An extremely terrifying power erupted, causing the entire protective formation of Dongyang City to tremble. What are the ancestors doing? Feng Zhan and the others were shocked by this scene. Even Lang Tianhao and his son were a bit confused. Were the two ancestors really willing to offend a peerless monster like Gu Fei? Bam! With a muffled sound, Long Xiaozhou was sent flying by Feng Zun. With a bang, he smashed a pavilion and caused dust to fly everywhere. Although Xiaoya was protected by the golden armor, she was also sent flying. How dare you? Bullying the weak. Your Phoenix clan is really despicable and shameless. Huang Fuzun let out a roar and operated the killing formation at full power. The shadows of the dragons entangled the city protection formation of Dongyang City. The city protection formation of Dongyang City immediately became unstable. Countless runes intertwined on the protective formation of Dongyang City. When Huang Fuzun was angry, he was very terrifying. The protective formation of Dongyang City showed signs of collapsing, which scared Lang Tianhao and the others. It has to be said that once Huang Fuzun killed his way in, the consequences would be very serious. If Huang Fuzun went on a killing spree in the city, countless creatures in the city would suffer. In the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained with blood. Dongyang City's city protecting formation had been attacked, and he had also been affected. Huang Fuzun is a lunatic. The black-robed array master gritted his teeth and said. He sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to activate the array disc with all his might. In the city, countless human clan and demon clan were still searching for Lin Xiaotian and East King. Damn it! At that moment, Long Xiaozhou had already activated the power that Gu Fei had planted in the Sovereign Killer Blade. In the next moment, an extremely ferocious aura exploded from the blade in her hand. What? The Phoenix Lord's expression changed when he sensed the energy erupting from the Sovereign beheading saber. Kill. Long Xiaozhou seemed to have changed into a different person. He held the Emperor Slayer blade and slashed towards Phoenix Supreme. Hum. The Emperor Slayer saber let out a buzzing sound. In the next moment, a dazzling saber light rushed out of Long Xiaozhou's hand. It soared thousands of feet in an instant, and slashed right in front of Phoenix Lord. The Phoenix Lord was shocked and dodged without thinking. He couldn't block this strike at all. If he couldn't block it, he would be killed. Roar! The Phoenix Lord cried out in pain. Blood appeared, and one of his arms flew up. In the next moment, the arm turned into a golden wing and fell from the sky. In the end, he still couldn't completely dodge Long Xiaozhou's attack. One of his wings was cut off by Long Xiaozhou. An angry woman was not to be trifled with. It was a left wing. When Gu Fei's avatar saw this, he reached out and broke the city's protection formation. He grabbed the golden wing that Long Xiaozhou had cut off. The Phoenix Lord was shocked and angry. He didn't expect the city's protection formation to be as fragile as paper in the eyes of the person outside. Braised phoenix wings should be pretty good. Gu Fei's avatar, who was sitting in the sky outside Dongyang City, smiled. Damn it! The Phoenix Lord was shocked and angry. They seemed to have underestimated the person outside, but they couldn't turn back now. At this moment, Feng Yang was also forced to retreat by Xiaoya, who was going all out. With Xiaoya's cultivation level, it was impossible for her to activate the golden armor. However, the golden armor contained the power that Gu Fei had planted in it. Therefore, the power that the golden armor displayed was heaven-defying as well. Lilia could actually rely on the power of the golden battle armor to fight against an emperor. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Of course, everyone could see that Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu were using the power of the peerless weapons to fight against the two Phoenix ancestors. This made Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord even more jealous. If they could get these two peerless weapons, they would have a chance to fight against Gu Fei. Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord attacked even more ruthlessly. However, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu weren't to be trifled with. The 9 secrets of the celestial path were endless. They could use them to practice with the two Phoenix ancestors. This is, as soon as Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya attacked, the Phoenix Lord and Feng Yang were immediately flustered. Swish! There was a flash of blade energy and a bloody mark appeared on the Phoenix Lord's back. One of his wings had been cut off by Long Xiaozhou, so his combat ability had decreased a lot. On the other side, Xiaoyu was wearing the golden armor. She had a shield in her left hand and a spear in her right. She was locked in battle with Feng Yang. The power of the royal beheader blade and the golden armor was activated by the power that Gu Fei had planted in them. There was a time limit. Once the time was up, the two weapons would return to their original forms. Therefore, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu were fighting with all they had. The two Phoenix ancestors, Feng Yang and the Phoenix Lord, were forced to retreat again and again. How is this possible? All the spectators found it hard to believe that the two little girls could compete with the Phoenix ancestors. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? With their level of cultivation, how could they use these two peerless godly weapons? In the sky, Phyrecolin ancestors stared at the battle in the city with a frown. Gu Fei's two disciples were amazing. How did they do it? Phyrecolin ancestor was really curious. If you want to know, I can ask them after they finish fighting. Hua Ling Xiener smiled. You? How? You don't know them well. Phyrecolin ancestor said disapprovingly. That's easy. If we don't know them well, we'll get along until we do. Hua Ling Xiener said confidently. Yes, you're amazing. Phyrecolin ancestor gave Hua Ling Xiener a thumbs up. Master, please break Dongyang City's defensive formation and let me kill my way in. Huang Fuzun came before Gu Fei's clone and bowed. What's the rush? Let's watch the show first. Chapter 53-23. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya at the same time. Huang Fuzun, who was outside the city, was anxious. He wanted to ask Gu Fei's clone to help. However, Gu Fei's clone was not in a hurry. He wanted to watch the show first. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya both had their own trump cards. How could Gu Fei's disciple be so easily bullied? From time to time, the sound of the sovereign beheading saber could be heard in Dongyang City. Powerful saber energy surged from the city, shocking everyone. The sovereign beheading saber appeared again. Of course, the super forces in the entire Void Realm knew where the sovereign beheading saber went. The saber was originally in the hands of the barbarian sovereign. However, After the barbarian sovereign was killed by Gu Fei, the saber fell into Gu Fei's hands. Now, the sovereign beheading saber was in the hands of Gu Fei's disciple, Long Xiaozhou. This surprised the experts watching the battle, because no one expected Gu Fei to give the sovereign beheading saber to his disciple. After all, it was the sovereign beheading saber, the #1 saber in the southern barbarian continent. In fact, these experts didn't expect that Gu Fei didn't care about the sovereign beheading saber at all. Long Xiaozhou's dragon and saber actually forced the Phoenix Lord to retreat. This stunned the experts watching the battle. The Phoenix Lord was in existence at the peak of the Emperor realm. This saber is so powerful? Patriarch Phyrecolin exclaimed. He didn't expect Long Xiaozhou to turn the tables with the sovereign beheading saber. Her opponent was the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix Feather Sword, the Phoenix Lord shouted. In the next moment, countless shadows of golden feathers rushed out from his body. Each feather instantly turned into a shocking sword rainbow that pierced towards Long Xiaozhou. Chaotic reversal. Long Xiaozhou withdrew the sovereign beheading saber. In the next moment, a chaotic force erupted from her body, causing the surrounding void to distort. Countless sword lights that were piercing towards Dragon Boat suddenly pierced out in all directions. Then, wherever the sword light passed, houses were slashed and collapsed by the sword light. Some unlucky fellows were directly swept by the sword light, and their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The surrounding demons and humans fled in terror. If they were hit by the sword light, their bodies and souls would be destroyed, because it was an Emperor-level sword light. Apart from the Emperor realm, no one could withstand the sword light of the Emperor realm. As long as they were hit by the sword light, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were really unlucky. You! The Phoenix Lord was shocked and furious. Coiling Dragon Slash. The King Slayer saber in Long Xiaozhou's hand turned into a huge dragon that coiled around Phoenix Lord. Sweeping sword 8 directions. The Phoenix Lord did not dare to be careless. The sword feathers on its body appeared again, and each sword feather slashed at the giant dragon that was entangling it. A series of metal clashing sounds rang out. The golden sword feather and the huge dragon formed by the saber chi dissipated in the void at the same time. 2 silhouettes flashed rapidly in the void, and an intense battle ensued. As for Xiaoya, she had also completely activated the power of the golden armor. She was like the reincarnation of an ancient golden deity, extremely powerful. Xiaoya turned into a bolt of golden lightning and kept clashing with Feng Yang. Feng Yang was extremely frustrated. He had used the power of Nirvana to fight the little girl, but not only was he unable to gain any advantage, but he was also forced to keep retreating. How frustrating. True Sun Explosion. Feng Yang roared and immediately used his trump card. The spiritual energy of fire around his body was vast and mighty, and 9 fireballs immediately appeared around him. The fire elemental power that erupted from each fireball was extremely powerful. Kill! Feng Yang roared and the 9 fireballs immediately blasted at Xiaoya. The moment the 9 fireballs blasted at Xiaoya, the entire world seemed to be crushed by the 9 fireballs. It was as if 9 godly suns had fallen, and the power was extremely terrifying. Haha, I'll return it to you. Xiaoya laughed loudly. The next moment, the void around her also distorted, and the power of chaotic chi erupted. All the fireballs that were blasted at her were directly reversed and smashed directly at Feng Yang. What? Seeing this scene, Feng Yang was really shocked. Boom! The 9 fireballs exploded at the same time, and each fireball released a terrifying power of destruction in an instant. The power released by the 9 fireballs at the same time was too strong. Feng Yang was directly blasted away, and his entire body flew more than 10 miles away. He crashed heavily on a layer of light formed by the power of the city defense formation and spat out a mouthful of blood. Stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. Haha, Xiaoya laughed loudly. At this moment, she finally understood the true meaning of this secret skill. Senior sister is indeed senior sister. She's too awesome. Long Xiaozhou, who was watching from afar, was shocked as well. She had only just started cultivating the chaotic secret technique. Yet, Little Ye was able to return the opponent's attack back to its original state. To be able to return her opponent's attack intact meant that Xiao Ye's chaotic secret skill was already at the initial level. Are you jealous? Junior sister, you have to work hard. Xiao Ye smiled. Long Xiaozhou was speechless. As she attacked, she operated the chaotic secret skill at the same time. Phoenix Lord's attack could not even get close to her. This can't go on. Feng Yang transmitted to Phoenix Lord. Then what should we do? Phoenix Lord replied, let's use that move. Feng Yang suggested. Phoenix Lord did not say anything. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. As Feng Yang spoke, he turned into a ball of fire in the next moment. It was an extremely dazzling ball of fire. The fire was extremely terrifying, and even the void was distorted from the heat. What's this again? Outside Dongyang City, high in the sky, Gu Fei's clone could not help but frown when he saw this. The ball of fire that Feng Yang turned into had some background. It was the innate true fire, a true fire nurtured by heaven and earth. Every wisp of it could distort the void and make it unstable. If this fire were to evolve again, it would be able to burn a huge hole in heaven and earth. However, it wouldn't be easy for the fire to transform again. At this moment, Phoenix Lord also turned into a ball of fire. However, this fire was different from the fire that Feng Yang turned into. This fire was extremely cold, and it was a cold flame in heaven and earth. One cold and one hot, one yin and one yang. This fire was also divided into yin and yang. What the hell? Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye were shocked. What were these two doing? One was extremely hot, and the other was bone-chilling. It was rare for two kinds of fire to appear at the same time. Finally, this is getting a little interesting, Gu Fei's clone said calmly. The two balls of fire instantly collided with each other. Boom! Chapter 53-24. Dongyang City was in a mess. When countless strong cultivators of the human clan and demon clan searched the city for Lin Shoutian and East King, the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, suddenly attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye. The result was even more chaos in Dongyang City. Feng Yang and Feng Zun thought that Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye were pushovers that they could pinch however they wanted. However, who would have thought that Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye were also ruthless? They directly used the King Beheading Blade and the Golden Armor to fight the two Feng clan ancestors. Then the creatures in Dongyang City were unlucky. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. When this kind of emperor-level power spread out, the houses in the city immediately collapsed. Countless creatures scrambled to escape. The two ancestors, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, were forced to turn into a ball of flame by Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye. They were two balls of divine fire, one cold and one hot. These two godly fires were not simple. Even Gu Fei's incarnation, who was watching from the sky above the city, was surprised. These two phoenixes managed to refine two innate godly fires? All of a sudden, the two innate divine fires collided with each other and fused together. What is going on? Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was baffled. Could it be that these two fellows could transform? Nirvana couldn't beat Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye, so they used transformation? Once the two divine fires fused, there would definitely be an astonishing change. However, Gu Fei's clone couldn't tell what the change was at this moment. Buzz! The void trembled as the two balls of fire fused. The power of fire that erupted was extremely powerful. The two balls of fire intertwined and collided with each other. They rushed into the sky and broke through the formation around Dongyang City. Countless runes dissipated into the void. Boom! The two divine fires collided with the killing formation Huangfu Zun had set up. Then, without any suspense, the killing formation that Huangfu Zun had set up was smashed open by the two divine fires. The divine fires spread out, and countless formation patterns dissipated in the void. This, Huangfu Zun, who was standing behind Gu Fei's avatar, was shocked to see this. Had this kind of combat strength surpassed the Emperor realm? If that was the case, he might not be able to withstand it. Huangfu Zun glanced at Gu Fei's clone. If he couldn't hold on, his master would have to step in. In Huangfu Zun's opinion, The two from the Eastern Baron Phoenix clan were nothing compared to the Sky Ancestor and the Buddha Ancestor. Even the old ancestor of the Sky clan had become Master's disciple, and the old ancestor of the Buddha clan had to lower his head in front of Master. What were these two fellows of the Phoenix clan? Boom! At that moment, the two clumps of divine fire that were entangled with each other rushed into the sky and exploded with a loud bang. At the next moment, a figure formed from flames appeared in the world. The entire world was shaking and the entire sky was burning red. This figure was so powerful that even this world could not contain his divine body. All the living beings in Dongyang City looked up at the sky and were shocked by the scene in the sky. If this happened in Dongyang City, then all the living beings in the city would suffer. Feng Zhan and the other descendants of the Phoenix clan were sweating just thinking about it. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya also rushed out of Dongyang City. They didn't want to turn the entire city into ruins. They really fused? In the sky, Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help but frown. Even he didn't think that Feng Yang and Feng Zun could really fuse. The fiery figure formed by the fusion was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The flaming figure flashed, and Long Xiaozhou was sent flying away. Kill! Xiaoya, who looked like a golden deity, charged at the fiery figure. However, the fiery figure waved his hand and Xiaoya was sealed in ice. She instantly turned into an ice sculpture and fell from the sky. Just as Xiaoya was about to fall to the ground and be smashed into pieces, a figure rushed over and caught her. Huangfu Zun? The fiery figure waved his right hand and a terrifying divine fire burned at Huangfu Zun, who had caught Xiaoya. At this moment, the fiery figure was simply invincible. So strong. Blood seeped out from the corner of Long Xiaozhou's mouth. Even though she had used the power of the Sovereign Slayer saber, she was still injured. Xiaoya was in an even worse state. She was directly sealed in ice and turned into an ice sculpture. If Huangfu Zun hadn't caught her, she would have been smashed to pieces. So cold. Huangfu Zun, who caught Xiaoya, was hit by the cold air from Xiaoya's body. He felt like his blood was about to freeze. Fortunately, the ice on Xiaoya's body quickly melted. Xiaoya's entire body was drenched, and her face was pale. She was frozen. You all deserve to die. The fiery figure roared and pounced at Long Xiaozhou. Sky-splitting slash. Long Xiaozhou didn't show any weakness. She used all her strength to activate the Sovereign Slayer saber. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the saber and met the fiery figure. However, a scene that shocked Long Xiaozhou happened. The saber chi that erupted from the Sovereign Slayer saber actually slashed at the fiery figure. Long Xiaozhou felt that her saber had slashed at the air. There was no feeling of strength at all. Before Long Xiaozhou could react, a fist surrounded by divine fire had already smashed in front of her. Long Xiaozhou closed her eyes. However, she only felt a gust of hot air blowing on her face. The fiery figure's fist didn't hit her face. She opened her eyes and saw a hand grabbing a fist surrounded by divine fire less than a foot in front of her. The divine fire was so hot that even the void was distorted. Master! When Long Xiaozhou looked, a familiar figure immediately appeared in front of her. You! The fiery figure was shocked and angry. Did you have a good time beating up my disciple? Gu Fei's clone grabbed the fiery figure's fist and sneered. The fiery figure didn't say anything and directly dissipated in the void. The next moment, when the fiery figure appeared again, he was already behind Gu Fei's clone and hugged Gu Fei's clone. Then, monstrous divine fire erupted from the fiery figure's body and instantly engulfed Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone waved his hand and directly sent Long Xiaozhou 100 miles away, avoiding the eruption of divine fire. Are you King idiot? Gu Fei's clone's voice came from the sea of fire. Wasn't this guy providing primordial chi to him? Moreover, he couldn't refuse it. Chapter 53:25. The two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, had fused together and turned into a humanoid flame. This humanoid flame was extremely powerful and sent Long Xiaozhou and Little Ye flying with a single move. Such combat strength had definitely surpassed the Emperor realm. Just as the flaming man was about to land a punch on Long Xiaozhou, Gu Fei's clone made his move. He had finally made his move. You treacherous bastard! Gu Fei's clone blocked the flaming man as soon as he made his move. Go to hell. The flaming man's body emitted a violent spiritual wave. In the next moment, a towering divine fire erupted from the flaming man's body and engulfed Gu Fei's clone in an instant. Fortunately, Gu Fei's clone had sent Long Xiaozhou away first. Otherwise, Long Xiaozhou would have been in danger. Are you an idiot? Haha. Gu Fei's doppelganger burst into laughter. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole, crazily devouring the extremely pure fire essence in the surroundings. One had to admit that the power of the two innate divine fires fusing together was extremely terrifying. However, this was nothing to Gu Fei's clone. One should know that this clone of his was also a Khanate item, a Khanate stone man. It would not be easy for the two innate divine fires to refine the Khanate stone man's body. The flaming man was both shocked and furious. He could feel his vital qi being drained continuously. Even the surrounding divine fires were weakening. Come at me more. Gu Fei's clone shouted. Kill. The flaming man roared angrily. In the next moment, countless divine fires turned into fire blades that slashed at Gu Fei's clone from all directions. The densely packed fire blades completely sealed off Gu Fei's clone. Every inch of the void was filled with extremely sharp blade aura. However, all the fire blades that slashed at Gu Fei's clone vanished without a trace when they came within 3 feet of Gu Fei's clone. The flame man was dumbfounded. How could such a powerful flame blade be refined by this guy? Even those who had surpassed the Emperor realm weren't his match? How was that possible? Countless experts who were spectating the battle were shocked to see this scene, because this scene was just too shocking. Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Supreme had undergone nirvana once. Now, they had fused together and turned into a flame man. This was their true trump card. However, even if they used their final trump card, they still couldn't defeat Gu Fei's doppelganger. Here you go. Gu Fei's doppelganger devoured all the fire blades. In the next moment, countless fire blades reappeared and slashed at the flaming man. Oomph! The flaming man laughed coldly. In the next moment, he turned into nothingness and vanished without a trace. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei's doppelganger threw a punch at the void. The powerful fist force caused countless cracks to appear in the void. A figure fell out of the void, and the entire sky was once again burned scarlet red. How is this possible? The flame man was dumbfounded. He had already escaped into the void, but his opponent was still able to blast him out of it. This guy's combat strength was just too insane. Gu Fei, don't push me too far. The flame man roared angrily. What? He's Gu Fei? The experts who were spectating the battle were inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei. This name had shaken the entire Void realm. They didn't expect Gu Fei to be an unprepossessing young man in black. No wonder he has such combat strength. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The big shot sure knows how to play. The experts around them whispered among themselves. What did we agree on? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. The Flame Man was formed by the fusion of Phoenix Yang and Phoenix Sovereign. He naturally knew what had happened. However, Feng Yang and Feng Zun actually attacked Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya because they coveted the peerless godly weapons in their hands. This made Gu Fei's clone very unhappy. Gu Fei couldn't stand those treacherous fellows the most, especially when the two of them had betrayed Gu Fei's clone. Although it was a clone, it was still Gu Fei. Boom! Boundless divine fire burst from the Flame Man's body again. The two divine fires intertwined, one yin and one yang. The two divine fires clashed, and the explosive power was extremely strong. It has some consciousness. This fire also has yin and yang. It's perfect for me to craft a Dao treasure. Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately retreated. The yin-yang divine fire pounced at Gu Fei's clone like two fire dragons. At this moment, all the experts who were spectating the battle were extremely nervous. The outcome was about to be decided. Chaos of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's avatar spun his hands in a circle in front of him. In the next moment, the two fire dragons spun in front of him like a yin and yang Dao diagram, and his hands were the two extremes of yin and yang. What? Seeing this, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya stared at Gu Fei's clone. Master was master. Chaos of heaven and earth? It was clearly the chaos reversal secret technique to the extreme. The yin and yang of heaven and earth could be reversed at will. Master is very good at using secret techniques. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Humph. Otherwise you would be master. Xiaoya smiled. That's right. Long Xiaozhou smiled too. If she could be so good at using secret techniques, she would be master. However, the Flame Man was stunned by the scene before him. This secret technique was amazing. Come here, all of you. Gu Fei's clone unleashed his full power. The yin and yang flames on the Flame Man quickly dimmed, but the yin-yang diagram in front of him became clearer. Roar! The flaming man roared angrily, causing the entire world to shake. A power surpassing the Emperor realm rippled out. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar were shaken to the point that their ears bled. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. At this moment, two figures appeared on the Flame Man. They were Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun. The two of them were about to lose the fusion state. Once Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun separated from the fusion state, they would be dead for sure. They would have no chance of winning. However, the two yin-yang divine fires were what allowed them to fuse together, and these two yin-yang divine fires were being absorbed by Gu Fei's clone. Once these two energies were absorbed by Gu Fei's clone, Patriarch Fengyang and Patriarch Phoenix Zun would no longer be able to fuse. You want to play this trick with me? I'll play you to death. Gu Fei's clone smiled. You. Chapter 53-26. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly absorbed the two yin-yang divine fires on the Flaming Man. As a result, Fengyang and Feng Zun, who had fused together, were in a miserable state. Their figures kept flickering on the fireman's body as if they could separate at any time. If they broke free from the fusion state, Fengyang and Feng Zun would be finished. This time, Gu Fei's clone would never let them go because they had betrayed Gu Fei's clone. He never showed mercy to traitors. You two aren't worthy of a peerless fire like the yin-yang fire. Gu Fei's clone continued to devour the yin-yang fireman. His fire elemental force continued to rise, and the yin-yang pattern became clearer. Roar! The fireman suddenly let out a roar, and his power erupted like crazy. He forcefully stopped Gu Fei's clone from devouring the yin-yang fire. Good, you have guts. Gu Fei's doppelganger gave the flaming figure a thumbs up. The fireman forcibly stopped Gu Fei's clone from devouring the yin-yang fire. This naturally injured his origin energy, but he could still maintain the fusion state. Run! Without any hesitation, the flaming man turned into a beam of fire and soared into the sky, tearing through the air at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei's clone wanted to chase, but he had devoured too much yin-yang fire and hadn't had time to refine it completely. He could only watch helplessly as the flaming man escaped. Master, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya rushed over. The battle had come to an end. No one had expected the battle between Gu Fei's clone and the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Lord, to end like this. The countless members of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were terrified. The two ancestors had lost, so their fates in the city would be miserable. Master is different. Huangfu Zun was happy. Fengyang and Feng Zun had been beaten away, so Dongyang City of the Phoenix clan had fallen into his master's hands. However, Huangfu Zun knew that his master wasn't going to manage Dongyang City. In the end, wouldn't Dongyang City belong to him, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya? Thinking about this, he became extremely excited. Dongyang City was one of the 5 immortal ancient cities in the Eastern Wasteland. If they could control the entire Dongyang City, it would be an unprecedented feat. The 5 immortal cities of the Eastern Wasteland had always been the territory of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan. There had never been a human who could occupy these 5 immortal cities. Dongyang City was the territory of the Phoenix Clan. The Eastern Wasteland Phoenix Clan was one of the 5 major demon clans of the East. Gu Fei's clone had beaten away the 2 great ancestors of the Phoenix Clan. Next, he would take over this city. This was the first time a human had taken down an immortal city. Huang Fuzun immediately removed the killing formation outside the city. However, Dongyang City's city-protecting formation was still there. Inside the city lord's mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation was still in a secret room. Sigh. There are still people who aren't afraid of death at this time. Huang Fuzun sneered. I won't let you enter the city so easily. Inside the secret room of the city lord's mansion, the formation master controlling the city's protection formation clenched his teeth. He was surrounded by demonic light, and he was even burning his life origin energy to activate the formation disk floating before him. Countless runes appeared on the formation disk. The huge hole created by the flaming man had been repaired, and the protection formation was operating at full power again. Boom! Huang Fuzun directly attacked the protection formation. A muffled sound echoed across the city. Countless creatures in the city trembled. Feng Zhan and the other core members of the Phoenix clan began to escape. Gu Fei's clone was too lazy to care about these ants. With Huang Fuzun's cultivation level, he couldn't break the protection formation at all. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone pressed down with his right hand. Rumble. The protection formation of Dongyang City collapsed and countless runes dissipated into the void. The entire world darkened, and the countless creatures in the city were in despair. No one expected such a terrifying existence to come. The giant hand in the sky shrouded the entire city and was pressing down. The entire city was shaking, and it was a shocking scene. All the creatures in the city thought they wouldn't be able to escape this time. As long as the giant hand fell, the entire immortal city would be erased. At this moment, the formation master in the secret room coughed out blood. The formation disk floating before him was covered in countless cracks. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Damn it! The formation master coughed out another mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The protection formation had been broken, and he had suffered a great impact. Bam! The array disk that was suspended in the void directly fell from the sky and smashed into pieces. It's over. The formation master of Dongyang City let out a sigh and slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone withdrew the giant hand, but all the creatures in the city were scared out of their wits. Haha, they're just a bunch of delivery men. A burst of laughter came from the sky, and a figure descended from the sky. It was Huang Fuzun. At this moment, Huang Fuzun was extremely arrogant, looking down at the countless creatures in the city. I say, old man Huang Fu, you're just one person. Do you really think you can take over the entire city? At the same time, two figures descended from the sky. This is, countless living beings in the city looked up at the sky in horror. They were Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya. Aren't there only two of you, your highnesses? Huang Fuzun smiled. Wrong. My junior sister isn't human. Xiaoya said very seriously. Huang Fuzun was speechless. Only Xiaoya dared to talk to Long Xiaozhou like that. Long Xiaozhou was not only the disciple of Gu Fei, but she was also the princess of the West Ocean Dragon tribe. Even Huang Fuzun would not dare to disrespect her. You three, do as you see fit. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. This, Huang Fuzun, Long Xiaozhou, and Xiaoya were all stunned. They didn't expect Gu Fei's doppelganger to leave so easily. There were many good things in the city, but Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't want any of them? Give them all to them? Your Highnesses, what should we do now? Huang Fuzun asked. What else can we do? You can't take over this city by yourself? Long Xiaozhou smiled. I can't, but your Highnesses can't either. Huang Fuzun said indifferently. You're right, but have you forgotten that we have a junior sister? Xiaoya suddenly said. What? Huang Fuzun was startled. He knew about Xiaoya's junior sister. She had a shocking background. She was the ancestor of the Heaven Culmination clan. Chapter 53:27. Not many people knew that Gu Fei had accepted 3 disciples in the Void Realm. Xiaoya was Gu Fei's first disciple in the Void Realm. She was the reincarnation of a powerful monster. Although she was only at the Immortal Realm, she would soon reach the Immortal Realm. By then, she would be the youngest Immortal King in the history of the Void Realm. His second disciple, Long Xiaozhou, also had a powerful background. She was the youngest daughter of the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Clan, the little princess of the West Sea Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Clan had dominated the Void Realm for countless years. Of course, when Gu Fei accepted a disciple, he never looked at their background. He only valued their character and talent. Character came first, talent second. If one's character was not good enough, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to catch Gu Fei's eye. However, Gu Fei's third disciple had a powerful background. He was the ancestral patriarch of the Sky Clan in Zhongtian. Huang Fuzun was frightened just thinking about it. The ancestral patriarch of the Sky Clan was the ancestor of the Sky Clan. He had existed for countless years, and no one knew how powerful he was. If such a being wanted to kill Huang Fuzun, it would be as easy as snapping a finger. Huang Fuzun was terrified when he heard that Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou wanted to invite the ancestral patriarch. Your Highnesses, if you invite that person here, I won't get anything, but I'm afraid that your Highnesses won't get any benefits either. Huang Fuzun said hurriedly. What do you think? Xiao Ye said indifferently. Well, haha, how about we split the things in the city 40, 60? Huang Fuzun said. 40, 60? You take 40 and we take 60? Long Xiaozhou stared at Huang Fuzun. That's right. What do you think, your Highnesses? Huang Fuzun looked at Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye. No, you take 40 and we take 60. How can we each get 30%? Xiao Ye shook her head. Your Highness, how do you want to split it? Huang Fuzun was displeased. However, he didn't dare to show it. In terms of status, he had to call this Highness young master. How about this? You take 20 and we take 80? Xiao Ye muttered. 2-8. Huang Fuzun couldn't believe his ears. 2-8. Cut in half at once. That was a sky-high price. What, you don't want to? Long Xiaozhou crossed his arms and looked at Huang Fuzun coldly. Yes, why wouldn't I be willing? Huang Fuzun hurriedly said. He had no choice. Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye were obviously suppressing him. How could he dare to say anything else? Otherwise, they would be crushed even worse. 2 it is. Huang Fuzun sighed. You 3 idiots. He's about to empty out the treasury, yet you're still here squabbling. A voice came from the sky. What? Huang Fuzun and the others were shocked to hear that. Someone actually dared to call him an idiot? However, they cared more about the treasure trove of Dongyang City. The treasure trove was an important place in the city, and it was where the Phoenix Clan stored their treasures. At this moment, the core disciples of the Phoenix Clan had already opened the treasure trove and were desperately moving out the treasures. When the 2 ancestors of the Phoenix Clan were defeated by Gu Fei's avatar, the Phoenix Clan began to retreat from Dongyang City. The other forces were still watching. This was because the battle at Dongyang City was between Gu Fei and the Phoenix Clan. It seemed to have nothing to do with the other forces in the city. That was why, even though the Phoenix Clan was defeated, the other forces didn't retreat. They had a lot of weight in the city, and without them, the city would be in chaos. That was why no matter who became the master of Dongyang City, they would need to maintain order in the city. No one wanted to see the city in chaos. The Fox Clan, Wolf Clan, and even the Dog Clan all knew this very well. However, the descendants of the Phoenix Clan could no longer sit still. Their ancestors had been defeated, so they had to retreat from Dongyang City. If they didn't retreat, then what awaited them would be the destruction of their clan. Gu Fei's avatar didn't attack the descendants of the Phoenix Clan, nor did he care about the other forces in the city. Preposterous! Huang Fuzun let out a roar and jumped down from the sky. The disciples of the Phoenix Clan outside the treasury were shocked to see this. An extremely powerful coercion descended from the sky and directly pressed the disciples of the Phoenix Clan to the ground. These are all mine. What are you all doing? Huang Fuzun roared, and the disciples of the Phoenix Clan who were still moving things in the vault were turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed instantly. Fengzhan and the others had already left Dongyang City. Otherwise, Fengzhan would have been the one to suffer. However, even so, the Phoenix Clan had suffered heavy losses. It has to be said that the descendants of the Phoenix Clan that could move the treasures of the Phoenix Clan were not ordinary. Those were dozens of core members of the Phoenix Clan, and they were all killed by Huang Fuzun. When the news spread out, the entire city was shocked. However, no one dared to say anything. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. The descendants of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City were like meat on someone else's chopping board. Young Master Qing, Lang Shan, and Go Shang were all hiding somewhere. At this moment, even someone as strong as Lang Tianhao didn't dare to stand up for the Phoenix clan. Everyone knew that anyone who dared to stand up for the Phoenix clan would die. Damn it! You dare to move my things? You're courting death. Huang Fuzun started a massacre. Anyone who dared to touch his things would die. There was nothing wrong with that. I say, old emperor, you're a bit too ruthless. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya came down and were shocked. Those were dozens of core members of the Phoenix clan, and they were all killed by Huang Fuzun with just one roar. This was a big feud. The two ancestors of the Phoenix clan were still alive. Of course, they wouldn't dare to return to Dongyang City, because their nemesis was there. If they dared to return, they would die. The two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, were not stupid. The treasure trove was saved, but the Phoenix clan had countless properties in Dongyang City, and they needed people to take over. This was no small matter. Where could they find people? Of course, they had to find the local tyrant of Dongyang City. Huang Fuzun was an uncouth man who only knew how to cultivate. How could he compare to Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya? Huang Fuzun directly went to the city lord's mansion, while Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya gathered the leaders of the major forces in Dongyang City to discuss the matter of taking over the properties of the Phoenix clan. Gu Fei's avatar didn't want to care about any of this. He didn't even enter the city. He was still sitting on a boulder on the mountain outside the city. Two divine flames swirled around him. Chapter 53:28. Gu Fei's avatar had defeated the two ancestors of the Phoenix clan. This was equivalent to ending the Phoenix clan's rule over Dongyang City. The Phoenix clan's territory would be taken over by Gu Fei's people. This was a heaven-shattering matter for the entire eastern wasteland. On the other hand, the rulers of the other four ancient cities in the eastern wilderness were restless. If Gu Fei attacked them, what should they do? It has to be said that the Phoenix clan, one of the 5 strongest forces in the eastern wasteland, had been defeated just like that. The other 4 clans were only on par with the Phoenix clan. The other 4 clans all felt danger. In their view, if Gu Fei could defeat the Phoenix clan, then he could defeat them as well. This was why the powerful people of the 4 ancient cities had formed an alliance. They had no choice but to form an alliance. Were they supposed to let Gu Fei defeat them one by one? The Phoenix clan was a good example. If they didn't form an alliance, they would be in big trouble. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was too lazy to care about these guys. Gu Fei's original body was still refining the Devil Dao source he had obtained from the extreme Devil Cave in Zhongtian's Myriad Buddha Mountain. However, it was not easy to refine a Devil Dao source of that level. Now, Gu Fei's Khanate Stone Man avatar had obtained the Yin-Yang Divine Fire. These were Khanate Divine Fires, so it would not be easy to refine them. The two ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun, had spent their entire lives refining these 2 divine fires. Gu Fei's clone first had to erase the imprints of the Phoenix Sun and the Phoenix Lord on the 2 divine fires before placing his own imprint on them. Then, he would be done. Just as Gu Fei's avatar was refining the Yin-Yang Divine Fire, a huge change was taking place in Dongyang City. For the people living in Dongyang City, this was simply a change of the world. The leaders of the Wolf Clan, Dog Clan, and Fox Clan all entered the City Lord's mansion in Dongyang City. Everyone was anxiously waiting. Once the 3 great demon clans and Huang Fuzun's group failed, there would be a storm of blood in Dongyang City. In Dongyang City, the human race didn't have any status, but now their status had skyrocketed because the new master of the city was the human race. You really don't know what's good for you. You still want to bargain with the 2 princes? A furious roar came from the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, there were 3 shivering fellows lying on the ground. A powerful emperor's might enveloped the entire hall. Under the might of an emperor, the wolf tribe's Lang Tianwei, the fox tribe's Qing Xiao, and the dog tribe's Quan Ming were nearly unable to maintain their human forms. "My lord, please calm down. It's not that we want to bargain with the two princes, but there will always be brave people with great rewards. If we don't give them some benefits, who would dare to accept this hot potato?" The Fox Clan's clan leader, Qing Xiao, said with a trembling voice. The Phoenix Clan's property was a hot potato for them. Who would dare to touch it? Taking over the Phoenix Clan's property for Gu Fei was a direct confrontation with the Phoenix Clan. Once the Phoenix Clan retaliated, Huang Fuzun and the others could just leave. However, their roots were here, so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. "You're already lucky that I didn't kill you. How dare you talk so much? Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Huang Fuzun roared, and his aura became even more powerful. The clan leaders of the three major clans were terrified. "Enough, old emperor, don't scare them," Xiaoya said. The throne in the main hall was empty. No one sat on it because everyone knew whose seat it belonged to. Whether it was Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, or Huang Fuzun, none of them dared to sit on it. "Your Highnesses, how do you propose we deal with this?" Huang Fuzun said helplessly. "That's it. Do as you say. You can leave." Long Xiaozhou waved his hand impatiently. "Yes." The clan leaders of the three major clans were overjoyed and surprised. They left the main hall immediately. Huang Fuzun was displeased. Why did he have to give them a share of the profits? "We need to find a human to represent us," Xiaoya said in a low voice. If the demon race continued to dominate Dongyang City and no one had the power to resist them, it would not be a good thing for them. "Take your time. I'm going to cultivate." Long Xiaozhou stood up and walked to the back of the main hall. She had obtained a lot of good things from the Phoenix Clan's treasury. She wanted to use these treasures to break through to the Emperor Realm. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was a big deal for both the West Sea Dragon Clan and herself. One should know that the West Sea Dragon Clan only had the Old Dragon Emperor to support them. If anything happened to the Old Dragon Emperor, the entire West Sea Dragon Clan would be in big trouble. Of course, now that Long Xiaozhou had become Gu Fei's disciple, the other forces wouldn't dare to do anything to the West Sea Dragon Clan even if something happened to the Old Dragon Emperor. But, after all, being strong was the true strength. Xiaoya knew very well why Long Xiaozhou was in such a hurry to cultivate. Huang Fuzun didn't say anything. Soon, people saw the clan masters of the three clans leave the city lord's mansion. Then, the three clans began to take action. Soon, the chaos in the city gradually calmed down. It had to be said that Xiaoya was a far-sighted and capable person. If it weren't for the three clans to maintain the stability of Dongyang City, the city would continue to be in chaos. The three clans were also working hard. After all, this was the territory of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. Who knew if the Phoenix Clan would come back and attack them? If the Phoenix Clan recaptured Dongyang City, the three clans could only wait to be exterminated. However, the three clans were still confident. After all, this was a city that Gu Fei had conquered. Anyone who wanted to mess with Gu Fei had to think twice. Gu Fei was a madman of his generation. Even the Zhongtian Buddha clan couldn't do anything to him. At this time, in an ordinary tea house in South Chilan City in the southern part of the Eastern Wilderness, a seemingly ordinary old man and a young man were sitting. The old man and the young man were Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang. Old ancestor, Gu Fei, and the Phoenix clan have become mortal enemies. In this way, our plan will succeed. Dong Wang was very happy, so he drank a few more cups. In the tea house, one didn't necessarily have to drink tea. There was also wine here. On the table in front of Dong Wang, there were 3 large plates of meat. There was stewed meat, barbecued meat, and boiled meat. The wine was not good, but it was strong. "Have you become stupid?" Lin Xiaotian directly slapped Dong Wang's head. It was really sad to have such a stupid grandson. It was a miracle that his grandson could live to this day. Old ancestor, this? Dong Wang was puzzled. "Are you stupid? Gu Fei doesn't take the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan seriously, nor does he take us seriously. If he wanted to catch us, would we still be sitting here drinking and eating meat?" Lin Xiaotian sighed. "What?" Chapter 53:29. Gu Fei didn't take Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang seriously. Otherwise, his Khanate stone golem avatar would have dealt with them a long time ago. Keeping Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang alive would allow his disciples to practice. After the battle at Dongyang City ended, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. No one knew what Gu Fei was going to do next. The Phoenix clan of the eastern wilderness had been crippled by Gu Fei's avatar and lost Dongyang City. More than half of the core disciples of the Phoenix clan had been killed by Gu Fei. For the Phoenix clan, it would take hundreds of years of recuperation to recover. At this time, the culprit of all this had escaped to South Qilin City. This was the territory of the Fire Qilin clan, the territory of the Fire Qilin clan. Here, the Fire Qilin clan was the master. South Qilin City was the center of the entire southern region of the eastern wilderness and one of the 5 immortal cities. In an inconspicuous tea house in South Qilin City, Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang were drinking and eating. It was impossible not to attract attention. Since it was a tea house, they would naturally drink tea. Of course, the tea house also provided meat and wine. As long as one had spirit jades, spirit stones, and spirit crystals, what couldn't they buy? You two are in a good mood. At this moment, the door of the tea house darkened and a tall figure walked in. This person came directly to Lin Xiaotian's table and sat down. You are. The person was a tall and fierce-looking old man. Fire Qilin ancestor? When Lin Xiaotian saw the person, he couldn't help but frown. What? Dong Wang was shocked. This old man was the master of South Qilin City, the ancestor of the Fire Qilin clan. How did he know he was here? Thinking of this, Dong Wang revealed a horrified expression. Was the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan going to capture them and hand them over to Gu Fei? Brother Lin, you have turned Dongyang City upside down. Fire Qilin ancestor stared at Lin Xiaotian and sneered. Lin Xiaotian knew Fireshine old ancestor. Back then, Lin Xiaotian was also a ruthless man. He once challenged the experts of the 5 regions all over the world. The demon clan of the Eastern Wilderness was full of strong cultivators. Lin Xiaotian had fought with all the strong cultivators of the demon clan in the past. In the end, he even killed his way up to the 9th heaven to challenge the legendary invincible Ling Tian Palace Master. Brother Huolin, don't wrongly accuse me. The matter at Dongyang City has nothing to do with me. Lin Xiaotian shook his head directly. None of your business? The Phoenix clan has suffered greatly because of you. Why? Do you want to harm me now? Ancestor Fire Qilin sneered. It really has nothing to do with me. I haven't even seen Phoenix Sun and Lord Phoenix. How could I harm them? Lin Xiaotian denied directly. All right, I hope you don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Old Ancestor Firecolin got up and left. Old Ancestor, this East King didn't even dare to let out a fart in front of the 2 old ancestors. What are you talking about? We have been targeted by Fireshine. It will be difficult to sow discord between the Fireshine clan and Gu Fei. Lin Xiaotian frowned. He didn't come to Southern Unicorn City with East King for sightseeing. If the Fireshine clan and Gu Fei had a big battle, then the entire Eastern Wilderness Demon clan would really fight against Gu Fei. However, now it seemed that they had underestimated Ancestor Firecolin and the Fireshine clan. At this time, Phoenix Sun and Lord Phoenix had already fled back to the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. They activated the formation and hid. Moreover, the Phoenix clan had suffered heavy losses and could no longer fight. Now, only the 4 major demon clans were supporting the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. Now we can only wait and see. Lin Xiaotian knew very well that he couldn't do anything in Southern Unicorn City while being targeted by Ancestor Firecolin. Old Ancestor, why don't we change places? East King looked at Lin Xiaotian carefully. If it weren't for Lin Xiaotian, he would have died many times. He didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xiaotian. What do you mean change places? Lin Xiaotian glanced at East King. Since Ancestor Firecolin is targeting us, let's go to Western Mystery City. East King said. Western Mystery City? The territory of the Black Tortoise clan? A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. Western Mystery City was the territory of the Black Tortoise clan, one of the 5 major demon clans in the Eastern Wilderness. However, the Black Tortoise clan rarely cared about the outside world because they often slept. The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise clan had not appeared for thousands of years. Yes, Why don't we go to Western Mystery City and have a look? East King nodded. Forget it. Let's not do anything for the time being. We will probably be watched wherever we go. Lin Xiaotian shook his head. The Black Tortoise clan was not to be trifled with. In fact, the matter in Dongyang City was largely caused by the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yang and Feng Zun. They wanted to rob Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's Taoist artifacts. This was the rhythm of, if you don't court death, you won't die. Therefore, the matter between the Phoenix clan and Gu Fei was not caused by Lin Xiaotian's provocation. Ancestor Firecolin was not as stupid as the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan. He even dared to rob the Taoist artifacts in the hands of Gu Fei's disciple. He was really bold. Now that Lin Xiaotian and East King were targeted by Ancestor Firecolin, they couldn't do anything. They could only stay in Southern Unicorn City for a few days and then leave. When Lin Xiaotian left Southern Unicorn City with East King, Ancestor Firecolin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This evil star was finally gone. Old Ancestor, are we still afraid of Lin Xiaotian? On the tower of the east gate of Southern Unicorn City, Hualing Xian said to Ancestor Firecolin with disdain. It's not that I'm afraid of him, but this old guy has no scruples with East King. We are a big family, so it's not worthwhile to provoke this guy. Do you understand? Ancestor Firecolin sighed. Lin Xiaotian had no scruples, but Ancestor Firecolin had scruples. Once Lin Xiaotian started a massacre in Southern Unicorn City, the consequences would be very serious. Gu Fei is so powerful, but he doesn't do it himself. What is he thinking? Hualing Xianer sneered. Well, that guy is even worse than Lin Xiaotian. Don't make trouble for me. Ancestor Firecolin said with a serious face. At this time, in Dongyang City in the East Wilderness, on a mountain a dozen miles away from the city, Gu Fei's doppelganger let out a long roar. The two yin-yang divine fires were finally refined by him. The two divine fires turned into two fire wheels, one yin and one yang, and floated in front of him. Gu Fei's doppelganger jumped up from the big stone and stood directly on the yin-yang fire wheel. Then, he rushed into the sky and instantly came to the sky. Alas, Gu Fei's doppelganger sighed. He didn't devour all the yin-yang divine fires of the two old ancestors of the Phoenix clan. It was a pity. How can I be regretful? The Phoenix clan had better hand over the rest of the divine fires, or I will destroy them. Chapter 53:30. Gu Fei's avatar finally refined the yin-yang divine fire, but he found that the yin-yang fire wheel wasn't as powerful as he had expected. That was because a part of the yin-yang divine fire was with Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Sovereign. The yin-yang divine fire Gu Fei's avatar obtained wasn't complete. Greetings, Master. In the City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei's avatar suddenly descended, which surprised Huangfu Zun. However, Huangfu Zun wasn't afraid of his master, because Gu Fei was very good to his subordinates. Greetings, Master. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou quickly came to greet him. Go, send a message to the Phoenix clan. Hand over the yin-yang divine fire, or else the consequences will be very serious. Gu Fei's avatar said. Yes, Master. Huangfu Zun, Xiaoya, and Long Xiaozhou all accepted the order. Gu Fei is really going too far. He wants us to hand over the divine fire? In the depths of the Phoenix clan's ancestral ground, Feng Yang and Feng Zun were enraged after receiving the message from Gu Fei's clone. One must know that the yin-yang divine fire was a supreme treasure that they had cultivated for countless years. How could they hand it over just because of a single sentence from Gu Fei's clone? Was that even possible? Send my order down. Activate all the grand formations in the ancestral land. Phoenix Sun Ancestor roared. That's right. I don't care if he kills his way in. Phoenix Sovereign gritted his teeth. Most of their yin-yang divine fire had been stolen by Gu Fei's avatar, which greatly damaged their origin energy. They hated Gu Fei's avatar to the bone. On this day, an extremely powerful fluctuation of origin energy came from the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The sky changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Master, the Phoenix clan won't hand over the divine fire. Xiaoya said to Gu Fei's avatar, sitting on the throne in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion of Dongyang. They're courting death. There's nothing we can do. Gu Fei's avatar sighed. Master, I'll go kill those two right now. Huang Fu Zun said angrily. All of you, go. Gu Fei's clone waved his hand. He mainly wanted to train his two disciples, especially Long Xiaozhou, who was about to break through to the next realm. It was very difficult to break through in seclusion, but it might be easier to break through in a life-and-death battle. Huang Fu Zun, Xiaoya, and Long Xiaozhou left the hall and began to prepare for the attack on the ancestral land of the Phoenixes. Your Highnesses, it's impossible for the three of us to break into the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. Huang Fu Zun said to Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou after they left the hall. That's easy. A cloud-piercing arrow can summon a magnificent army. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Is His Highness going to summon the Masters of the West Ocean? Huang Fu Zun said. There is a teleportation formation in Dongyang City. You can summon as many people as you want. Little Ye said indifferently. Then, this old man will watch the performance of the two Your Highnesses. Huang Fu Zun smiled. You want to slack off? That won't do. Long Xiaozhou said with a smile. Huang Fu Zun's heart turned cold under Long Xiaozhou's stare. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya didn't waste any more time with Huang Fu Zun. They left to gather people to prepare for the attack on the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan's ancestral land was no secret. The news that Gu Fei was going to attack the Phoenix clan's ancestral land quickly spread across Dongyang City. The entire city was shaken, and the descendants of the Phoenix clan that hadn't evacuated yet rushed out of the city like crazy. However, Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya didn't care about the members of the Phoenix clan. The three demon clans in Dongyang City ignored all of this. The three demon clans didn't dare to offend either one, because if the Phoenix clan came back, they would be in big trouble. Lang Tianhao of the Wolf clan was still the general of Dongyang City and still led his wolf soldiers to defend the city. However, the wolf soldiers didn't stop the members of the Phoenix clan from leaving the city. For Lang Tianhao, the members of the Phoenix clan were like a bomb that would explode at any moment. Now that they were fighting to leave the city, he couldn't ask for more. Soon, one powerful figure after another appeared in Dongyang City. The half-step Huang Tianhong ancestor came. The red-browed Eagle King came with his 3,000 red-browed divine army. Luolai also came with his 13 disciples. There was also the one-armed sword king, Qiu Qianjian, who was carrying his sword. Han Chong also came alone. Both of them were cultivation madmen who focused on cultivation and killing. They wanted to become emperors as soon as possible, so they had no intention of developing their own forces. However, the red-browed Eagle King and Luolai were different. They were very ambitious and wanted to develop their own forces. The Four Kings and the Great Heaven Ancestor were all Xiao Yu's people. These new powerhouses had appeared at Dongyang City, which shocked the three demon clans inside the city. In particular, the red-browed Eagle King's 3,000 red-browed divine army was extremely powerful. They were all at the God realm. Such an army was extremely powerful. This was a true army of God. The aura of 3,000 immortal realm soldiers gathered together was just too strong. Everywhere it passed, all living beings had to retreat. Greetings, Your Highnesses. In the City Lord's mansion, the Huang Tianhong ancestor led the Four Kings to greet Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou. They didn't see Gu Fei's clone. Rise, Xiaoya said calmly. Yes. The Huang Tianhong ancestor and the others quickly stood up. My people are here. Where's yours? Xiaoya said proudly to Long Xiaozhou. Senior sister, with them here, do I still need to show off in front of you? Long Xiaozhou smiled. Xiaoya was speechless. Greetings, Senior Huang Fu. The Huang Tianhong ancestor bowed to Huang Fu Zun. So few people came? Huang Fu Zun was also speechless. The Huang Tianhong ancestor and the Four Kings were a bit embarrassed. They were Gu Fei's subordinates in the Void Realm. Only Xiaoya could mobilize them. Even if it was Long Xiaozhou, as long as Gu Fei didn't give the order, they wouldn't give a damn about her. Rumble. At this moment, the entire hall suddenly shook. An extremely terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Dongyang City. The entire world suddenly darkened. What's going on? In the City Lord's mansion, Xiaoya and the others were shocked. They rushed out and looked up. In the sky above Dongyang City, there were countless figures looming. The army of the Phoenix clan is here? Xiao Ya and Long Xiaozhou looked at each other and said in unison, "Why aren't you two bad disciples coming up?" At this moment, an extremely majestic voice came from the sky. "Master?" Xiao Ya and Long Xiaozhou were stunned. "Mas, Master?" Chapter 53:31. Gu Fei's real body had come to Dongyang City in the eastern wilderness. Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially the eastern wasteland demon race. The alliance of the four great demon races was in an uproar. This Gu Fei was someone who dared to fight with Princess Ling Tian and was not beaten to death by her. At this time, the sky above Dongyang City was extremely terrifying. Square formations lined up neatly in the sky, and the sound of drums shook the sky. The people of Dongyang City and the Demon Clan had never seen such a scene before. They were all scared out of their wits, and countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. Master has come personally. Xiao Ya and Long Xiaozhou were also shocked. They didn't expect their master to personally come to the eastern wilderness. Did their master really value the yin-yang divine fire that much? Gu Fei had arrived with his 100,000 celestial troops. These 100,000 celestial troops were the strongest subordinates of the Vast Heaven, Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was a legendary peerless existence in eternal world, someone who had transcended eternity. The strongest celestial soldiers under him were not ordinary. The four generals were all in the eternal realm. In the void realm, the eternal realm was a legendary existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. Now, Gu Fei had sent out the celestial soldiers. He was really going to destroy the Eastern Wilderness Phoenix clan. It had to be said that these 100,000 celestial soldiers were Gu Fei's trump card. "Greetings, Master." Xiao Ya and Long Xiaozhou didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly flew up to Gu Fei and bowed respectfully. Huang Fuzun and Ancestor Hong Tian also flew up to the sky with the four divine kings and knelt before Gu Fei. "Get up," Gu Fei said calmly. At this time, Ancestor Tian Hong and Huang Fuzun were shocked to the extreme, especially the four armored generals standing behind their master. The aura that the four generals exuded made their souls tremble. The four great generals were simply too powerful. In the sky, the 10 square formations of 10,000 people were suppressing the area. This shocking scene was something that countless people in Dongyang City would never forget. All the spies watching Dongyang City were scared silly. At this time, all the super forces in the Void Realm realized how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. Not only was Gu Fei powerful himself, but he also had a powerful army under him. This was no longer a divine army. Each of the celestial soldiers with spears was an existence beyond the God realm. They were powerful enough to sweep the entire Void Realm. All the experts were very puzzled. Why didn't Gu Fei use this army when he was in the southern wasteland? If he had used this army, how could the barbarian emperor be Gu Fei's opponent? Actually, it wasn't that Gu Fei didn't want to use the celestial troops and celestial generals. However, opening the Hong Sky realm wasn't an easy task. Back then, Gu Fei didn't have the cultivation base to open the Hong Sky realm. "The four of you, lead the army and destroy the Phoenix clan. However, do not kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children." "Yes, Master. Yes, Master." Wu Jixian and the other three generals, who were standing behind Gu Fei, accepted the order at the same time. In the next moment, the bugle horn sounded and the army of 100,000 set off. Ancient banners fluttered in the wind. Under the leadership of the four generals, they marched towards the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. "Master, there's no need for you to come personally for such a small matter in the Phoenix clan." Xiao Ya said, "The world is going to change." Gu Fei suddenly sighed. "What?" When Xiao Ya and the others heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Even their master's expression was grave. Could it be that something big was going to happen? Boom. At the ancestral ground of the Phoenix race, a loud explosion rang out. With just a single strike, Wu Jixian had broken through the layers of formations of the ancestral ground of the Phoenix race. He then proceeded to kill his way in. The layers of formations in the ancestral grounds of the Phoenixes were like pieces of paper in front of Wu Jixian. They could not even withstand a single blow from him. Countless formation patterns dissipated into the void after being struck by his attack. Feng Yang and Feng Zun, who had been holed up in the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race, charged out. However, their opponent was Wu Jixian, who was once the #1 general under the command of the great emperor of vast heaven. Wu Jixian was in existence at the peak of the eternal realm. Wu Jixian destroyed Feng Yang with 2 punches and took away the extreme Yang true fire from Feng Yang's body. Then, he killed Feng Zun with a slap and took away Feng Zun's extreme and divine fire. The army of the phoenixes that had charged out of the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race were completely annihilated by Wu Jixian's breath. Then, the entire world fell silent. There was no need for the celestial soldiers and generals to take action. Wu Jixian alone had almost annihilated the phoenixes. The 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals surrounded the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race. Not a single expert of the phoenixes could escape. Wu Jixian circled around the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix race. The disciples of the phoenixes who resisted were killed mercilessly. He did not attack the old, weak, women, and children. Gu Fei's method was considered good. If it was someone else, they would have killed everyone in the phoenixes. However, Gu Fei did not do that, nor did he care to do so. Although the phoenixes were not truly annihilated, it would take at least a few thousand years for them to recover. After killing Feng Yang and Feng Zun, the people in Dongyang City finally calmed down. Otherwise, the people in the city would still be restless, and no one knew when they would erupt. Master, are we not going back to the Myriad Buddha Mountain? Xiaoya asked Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. We can't go back. Gu Fei sighed. He didn't expect to be tricked. Just thinking about it made him angry. At this moment, at the border between the Eastern Barren and Central Sky, Gu Fei's 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals stationed themselves here after killing the troublemakers of the phoenixes. Rumble. As soon as the 100,000 soldiers settled down, monstrous demonic energy came from the direction of Central Sky. Within the demonic energy, countless demonic shadows could be seen. Fourth brother, you go? Wu Jixian said to Wu Jixian. Yes, big brother. Wu Jixian grabbed his sky-breaking devil blade and led the 10,000 celestial soldiers to charge at the demonic energy. This was a battle between immortals and demons. When the celestial soldiers led by Wu Jixian swept across, countless demonic corpses fell from the sky like dumplings. The demonic energy that swept across the sky was dispersed by the celestial soldiers led by Wu Jixian, and the sky shone brightly. The remaining demonic soldiers retreated like the wind. Can't even withstand a single blow. Wu Jixian sneered and retreated. At this moment, Central Sky had become the domain of demons. No one expected such a thing to happen, not even Gu Fei. The current Myriad Buddha Mountain had become the Myriad Demon Mountain. Gu Fei originally wanted to refine the demonic source he obtained from the Devil Cave, but he didn't expect to cause so much trouble. Chapter 53:32. The demonic calamity came very suddenly. No one would have thought that the ultimate devil source in the Devil Cave would be tampered with. After the power of the devil source was released, it actually opened up a demonic zone. The demon inside was so powerful that even someone as strong as Gu Fei had to retreat temporarily. The whole of Middle Heaven, except for the ancestral land of the heavenly race, had been turned into a demonic land. The Buddha race was the worst off. Besides the Buddha emperors, all the disciples of the Buddha race had been turned into demons. The demonic nature that had erupted was so strong that it was difficult for anyone below the emperor realm to resist. Countless living beings had suffered from the demonic calamity. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. He could only retreat and figure out the other party's background first. Because he had exchanged a palm strike with the demon in the demonic zone, he had been blasted out of the demonic zone. The demon in the demonic zone was probably a supreme infinity rank existence. Even if he had an infinity rank martial body, he would not be able to defeat such an existence. Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu were in the East region, so he had killed his way there and gotten rid of the Eastern Barren Phoenix race. At this time, The demon in the demonic zone was using the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the life force of living beings to quickly recover its body. At this time, the news of the heaven demonic calamity had spread throughout the void realm. Countless living beings were extremely terrified. Moreover, the demons had begun to attack other regions. Because Gu Fei's 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals had blocked the demons' attack, the Eastern Baron demons were temporarily safe. The Eastern Baron demons had also begun to move. The allied forces formed by the 4 major demon clans set out and killed their way to the border between Middle Heaven and Eastern Baron. Let's go back to Southern Baron. Gu Fei decided to go back to Southern Baron because that was his base camp. It was better to leave Eastern Baron to the Eastern Baron demons. Master, the West Sea. Long Xiaozhou was the little princess of the West Sea dragon race after all. Naturally, she was very concerned about the safety of the West Sea dragon race. Don't worry, the West Sea is fine for now, Gu Fei said. Although the demon domain was strong, it was impossible for them to take over the entire void world. One had to know that the demon race and the Buddha race had already fought a battle. Both sides had suffered heavy losses, and the Buddha race had suffered even more. Even 3 of the 10 great Buddha emperors had died in battle. Only the 7 Buddha emperors managed to escape with a small number of their disciples. At this time, at the border between Middle Sky and Eastern Wasteland, the demons kept invading. Countless demonized demonic creatures kept crashing into the defensive spell formation at the border. The Eastern Baron demon race moved quickly. They set up a killing array at the border of Middle Sky and Eastern Baron to stop the invading demonic beasts. Woo! At this moment, the sound of a bugle horn rang out from Gu Fei's army camp. Then, they quickly moved into square formations. The army set off. One by one, the square formations soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Seeing the 100,000 celestial soldiers retreat, the Eastern Wasteland demons were a little confused. Weren't they working together to fight against the demonic beings in the sky? With the presence of Gu Fei's celestial soldiers, the pressure on the allied forces of the 4 major demon clans was not that great. But now, with the retreat of the celestial soldiers, the pressure on the allied forces of the Eastern Baron demon race was huge. Gu Fei's army followed Gu Fei back to Southern Baron. At this time, the people of Southern Baron were also in a state of panic. All the living beings were terrified, afraid that the demons of Middle Sky would invade Southern Baron. Those were demons, terrifying existences that cultivated with the blood of all living beings. Once the demons invaded Southern Baron, many people would die. Gu Fei returned to the Southern Baron royal capital and immediately sent 100,000 celestial soldiers to the border between Southern Baron and Middle Sky. Patriarch Tianhong, Huang Fuzun, and the others also followed the army to the border. Once they reached the border, they set up an array. Soon, a large group of demonic creatures appeared at the border. Fortunately, Huang Fuzun and the others had already set up a large array. No matter how many demonic creatures came, they could stop them. With Wu Jixian and the other 3 transcending emperors, even if the demon generals came personally, they would not be afraid. Master, I want to. At this time, Long Xiaozhou came to Gu Fei. You want to go back to the West Sea, right? In the palace hall of the Southern Baron royal capital, Gu Fei looked at Long Xiaozhou. Now that the devil tribulation was coming, Long Xiaozhou naturally wanted to go back and have a look. I really can't hide anything from you, Master. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Go, Gu Fei said. Thank you, Master. Long Xiaozhou immediately left the Southern Baron royal capital. Through the teleportation array in the royal capital, she directly crossed the domain. The devil tribulation actually broke out. Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang, who were hiding from Huang Fuzun's pursuit, temporarily did not have to worry about Huang Fuzun's pursuit. They could watch the show with peace of mind. The devil tribulation was a super big show in the void realm. Hee, I'm afraid Gu Fei has no time to care about us at this time. Dong Wang said proudly. What are you so proud of? Lin Xiaotian directly slapped Dong Wang's head. This guy was short-sighted. It was a miracle that he could live until now. Old ancestor, why did you hit me? Dong Wang was inexplicably hit by his old ancestor. Do you think that demons are good things? Lin Xiaotian said impatiently. Those were demons. Wherever the demons passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. They would devour all the breath of life. If Gu Fei and the others could not withstand it, they would not be spared when the demons swept through the entire void realm. Dong Wang was speechless. Dong Wang and the others were temporarily safe, but the Buddha clan was unlucky. An extremely powerful devil general came out of the devil area and was still chasing after the 7 Buddha emperors. This devil general was unimaginably powerful. It was difficult for the 7 Buddha emperors to defeat this guy even when they joined forces. Rumble. A terrifying wave broke out at the border between Southern Baron and Zhongtian. The 7 Buddha emperors actually wanted to escape to Southern Baron. Were they trying to lead the devil general to Southern Baron? At the border between Southern Baron and Zhongtian, the devil general finally caught up with the 7 Buddha emperors. Then, a great war between Buddha and devil inevitably broke out. The 3 Buddha supremes of heaven, earth, and man attacked with all their might. The Buddha's light illuminated the world and dispelled the heavy devil chi. The 3 Buddha supremes worked together to unleash the devil-slaying palm print and blasted it towards the devil general. Roar! The devil general roared and threw a punch. Boom! There was a loud noise as the Buddha's power and devil power collided. In the next moment, a powerful energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Dust filled the sky, and everything within 100 miles was destroyed. Buzz! The heavenly dragon Buddha made his move. He turned into a golden dragon and charged towards the demon general at an extremely fast speed. The demon general punched out again, directly breaking the golden dragon into several pieces. The golden dragon disappeared and Heaven Dragon Buddha's figure appeared in the void. He kept coughing blood. Chapter 53:33. 7 great Buddha Supremes fighting against the devil generals was unprecedented in the entire cultivation history of the Void Realm. This battle was incomparably intense and earth-shaking. Roar! The golden sky dragon roared. That was the heavenly dragon Buddha Venerable's attack. He was already going all out. The golden sky dragon's claws tore through the void and directly grabbed towards the demon general. The demon general was incomparably domineering as he punched out once more. His fist force burst forth and sent the golden sky dragon flying. The Fury Buddha Venerable charged forward and also punched. Rumble! Boundless fist energy shook the heavens and earth, dispelling the demonic chi and rushing towards the demon general. Kill! The demon general's demonic might was matchless as he directly punched the Fury Buddha Venerable. Boom! 2 extremely powerful forces erupted at the same time, causing the entire void to tremble. Countless ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The Fury Buddha Supreme was forced back by a dozen miles. The mighty energy wave swept through the sky and earth, destroying everything in its path. This, Wu Jixian and the others, who were watching from afar, couldn't help feeling shocked. That devil general was very powerful. Even if he wasn't a transcendent emperor, he wouldn't be much weaker. Big brother. It seems like this demon hasn't used his full strength. Wu Jixian suddenly said. You saw it too? Wu Jixian said. Could it be that he's guarding against us? Wu Jidao sneered. Who cares? I don't want to help those baldies. The 4th brother, Wu Jixian, said disapprovingly. This is a wonderful show. The 4 generals were all watching the show and had no intention of making a move. Seniors, demons are the public enemy of the world. What are you waiting for? Heavenly Buddha Supreme shouted at Wu Jixian and the others. We don't want to get involved in the battle between the Buddha and the demon. We'll wait until all of you are killed by that demon. The 4th brother, Wu Jixian, shouted. What? No matter how good the temperament of the 7 Buddhist supremacies was, they were infuriated at this moment. We have quite a good relationship with Senior Gu Fei. The Earth Buddhist sovereign said angrily. Sorry, my master is not here. Wu Jidao said calmly. Are you really going to watch him die? Human Buddha Supreme said as he attacked. The 7 Buddhist Supremes surrounded the demon general and attacked with all their might. Even so, they could only barely block a pair of fists from the demon general. This devil general was really strong. With just a pair of fists, This devil general chased the 7 great Buddha supremacies to the border of Zhongtian and Nanman. There's no need to say more. As long as you can escape into the southern barbarians, we'll make our move, Wu Jixian said loudly. When the 7 Buddha supremacies heard this, none of them spoke. They had a tacit understanding with each other. For a moment, the battle between the Buddha and the demon could not be decided. Set the formation, the heavenly Buddha Supreme shouted. In the next moment, 7 Buddhist auras shot up into the sky. Each Buddhist artifact exploded with unprecedented Buddhist energy. The 7 Buddhist artifacts burst forth with Buddhist light, illuminating the entire world. They're going all out. Wu Jixian's expression turned grave. Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled. Buddhist light erupted from the 7 Buddhist treasures, transforming into a light screen that enveloped the Devil General. Bam! The Devil General punched out and smashed the light screen that was formed by the Buddhist light. The entire light screen immediately shook, and countless Buddhist runes appeared on the light screen. The 7 great Buddhist artifacts let out a buzzing sound at the same time. Go! The heavenly Buddha Supreme shouted again. In the next moment, the 7 great Buddha Supremes turned into 7 rays of Buddhist light that shot up into the sky and instantly rushed into the southern barbarians. When Wu Jixian and the rest saw this, they were speechless. These guys were really cunning. They pretended to fight to the death with the demon general. Who would have thought that after trapping the demon general with the Buddhist formation, they would immediately escape? Roar! When the demon general saw the 7 great Buddha Supremes escaping, he immediately roared into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy erupted, and the Buddhist formation immediately collapsed. Even the 7 great Buddhist artifacts that were set up in the formation exploded at the same time. What an arrogant devil! When Wu Jixian saw this, his blood boiled. The heaven-splitting demonic saber in his hand also trembled slightly. Big brother, should we activate the formation? Second brother Wu Jixian looked at Wu Jixian and asked. He's just a mere demon. There's no need to activate the formation. Who's going to get rid of him? Wu Jixian said indifferently. Big brother, I'll go. Wu Jixian could not help but want to make a move. Go. Wu Jixian nodded and said, Haha, let me try you, demon. Wu Jixian laughed out loud and charged forward. The response to Wu Jixian was a punch from the demon. When the demon punch was thrown, it was earth-shattering. Terrifying demonic energy shook the universe and was unimaginably powerful. At this moment, the demon was even more powerful than when he was fighting with the 7 great Buddha Supremes. However, Wu Jixian was not a weakling. He had the cultivation of the Eternal Realm. In the Void Realm, the Eternal Realm was equivalent to the Transcendent Emperor Realm. The Transcendent Emperor Realm was a legendary existence in the Void Realm. Eat my saber. Wu Jixian held the heaven-splitting demonic saber in his hand and slashed forward fiercely. The divine saber in his hand broke through the heavy fist force and slashed at the demon general's fist. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. Wu Jixian's saber seemed to have slashed at a piece of immortal divine steel. The impact made his hand that was holding the saber feel numb. Wu Jixian was taken aback. In the next moment, he was sent flying. As for the demon general, he was also sent flying by Wu Jixian's saber. This move did not determine the victor. Again, Wu Jixian's battle intent was like a rainbow. He swung his saber and charged forward again. The 2 experts started fighting. Fourth brother's cultivation has regressed? Third brother Wu Jidao said. Fourth brother has not gotten serious yet. Second brother Wu Jixian laughed. The news of the invasion of the demons quickly spread to the Southman royal capital. All the living beings were terrified, because countless living beings in Middle Heaven had been affected. The entire Middle Heaven had turned into a demonic domain. Countless living beings had turned into hideous and terrifying demons. As for Gu Fei, he stayed in the Southman royal capital. In the Southman royal palace, he was using the Yin-Yang divine fire to refine a Tao artifact. He had already recovered his eternal realm cultivation. Naturally, he was refining an eternal Tao artifact. He had fused the Yin-Yang divine fire wheel and refined it into a fire gourd. This was the Yin-Yang fire gourd. As long as he used the Yin-Yang fire gourd, He could absorb everything into the fire gourd and refine them into ashes. It was extremely powerful. Gu Fei wanted to use this Tao artifact to deal with those demons. One had to know that almost all the living beings in Middle Heaven had turned into demons. The number of demons was absolutely shocking. This yin-yang fire gourd was nurturing the yin-yang divine fire. As long as the demons were absorbed into it, they would be refined into ashes. It's done. In the cultivation room of the Imperial Palace, Gu Fei struck the last Tao pattern into the fire gourd. The entire fire gourd that was surrounded by fiery aura immediately changed. All the fiery aura converged into the interior of the fire gourd, and not a single trace of fiery aura leaked out. At first glance, this fire gourd looked like an ordinary gourd. There was nothing special about it. Haha, I'll call you heaven-devouring fire gourd. Chapter 53-34. In the palace's training room, Gu Fei had successfully refined a gourd that could swallow and spit out yin-yang divine fire. Gu Fei was very happy because he did not have many Tao weapons that he had refined himself. This heaven-devouring fire gourd was an eternal realm Tao weapon. He had to find a place to test its power. Well, where should I test it? With a thought, Gu Fei disappeared from the secret room and appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. At this time, it was already nighttime. The sky was dotted with stars, and a cool breeze was blowing. Below, thousands of houses were lit, and people were at their peak. The whole of South China had not been invaded by the demons. Countless creatures could still live in peace, unaffected. However, all of this was because the 4 divine generals under Gu Fei had stopped the demons from invading South China. Gu Fei's divine will cross thousands of mountains and rivers and directly sensed the monstrous devil qi at the border between South China and Zhongtian. Wu Jizhan was fighting with the demon general. He was just a demon general, but he could fight with Wu Jizhan. Wouldn't the demons in the devil domain be even more powerful and terrifying? Well, let's try it on those guys. Gu Fei said and disappeared into the void. No one knew that Gu Fei had left the South China imperial capital again. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he reached the border between South China and Zhongtian. Master is here. As soon as Gu Fei appeared, Wu Jixin and the others immediately sensed his aura and hurried to greet him. What's wrong? Playing again? Gu Fei said indifferently. 4th brother wants to play. He hasn't played for a long time. Wu Jixin smiled. We haven't played for a long time. Master, we won't go back this time. 3rd brother Wu Jidao said carefully. Eldest, 2nd, and the others also looked at Gu Fei. They didn't want to return to the Hongtian realm. One had to know that they had been sealed there for countless years, and they were about to go crazy. Only Gu Fei, the master of the Hong Heaven realm, could open the Hong Heaven realm and release them. However, only Gu Fei could use the Hong Heaven realm to take them into it. Since you don't want to go back, then don't go back. Gu Fei nodded. Thank you, Master. Wu Jixin and the others were overjoyed to hear this. At this moment, the battle between Wu Jizhan and the demon general was extremely intense. Every single slash of the heaven-breaking devil saber in Wu Jizhan's hands would cause a resplendent blade light to shoot up tens of thousands of feet. It was as though the void of the heaven and earth was being sliced apart. However, the demon general's fists were incomparably powerful. His fists continuously shattered the resplendent blade light and collided with Wu Jizhan's heaven-breaking devil blade. The sound of metal colliding resounded through the 9 heavens. This is interesting. When Gu Fei saw the demon general, he was a little surprised. This demon general was definitely very powerful. However, the demon general's demonic body seemed a little unusual. This demon general's arms were actually at the eternal grade. However, his demonic body wasn't at the eternal grade. In other words, the reason why this demon general was able to fight Wu Jizhan endlessly was because of his fists. If this fellow's entire demonic body was at the eternal grade, the 7 Buddhist supremacies would have long been beaten to death by this fellow. However, what piqued Gu Fei's interest wasn't the fact that this demon general's arms were at the eternal grade. Instead, it was the fact that these arms could actually absorb energy. Therefore, this demon general was getting stronger as he fought. Wu Jizhan clearly noticed this as well. Therefore, his heaven-breaking devil blade didn't clash head-on with the demon general's fists. Instead, he avoided the fists and slashed at the demon general's body with his blade light. As long as the demon general's demonic body was grazed by his blade light, it would instantly shatter into pieces. However, this demon general's fists were too powerful. His defense was like an iron bucket. Wu Zizhan's blade light couldn't even touch his demonic body. Devouring essence chi? Gu Fei laughed. Fourth brother, the master is here. Stop playing around. Wu Jixin shouted at Wu Zizhan. Yes, big brother. Wu Zizhan spoke as he attacked. He was a bona fide eternal grade expert. How could his cultivation be compared to the 7 Buddhist supremacies? Demon breaking 7 ultimate slashes. Wu Zizhan let out a furious roar and finally unleashed his trump card. He instantly transformed into 7 figures and slashed at the demon general from 7 different directions. His speed was extremely fast. 7 blade lights pierced through the demon general's demonic body. The 7 figures instantly merged into one, and Wu Zizhan's figure appeared in the void. Boom! In the next moment, the demon general's demonic body suddenly exploded. However, the 2 arms shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. Humph! Gu Fei took out the devouring heaven fire gourd and said to the 2 arms, "Keep." After that, 2 strands of divine flames charged out from the gourd and shot towards the 2 arms. Clanging sounds resounded as the 2 strands of divine flames transformed into 2 divine chains that instantly wrapped around the 2 arms. The 2 arms of the demon general were forcefully pulled back by Gu Fei using the devouring heaven fire gourd. Then, he kept them inside the devouring heaven fire gourd. The devouring heaven fire gourd in Gu Fei's hand vibrated violently. The 2 eternal grade arms of the demon general kept attacking the devouring heaven fire gourd. You want to come out after being kept in my gourd? Gu Fei circulated his mystic technique and suppressed the 2 arms in the devouring heaven fire gourd. Soon, the 2 arms in the devouring heaven fire gourd were suppressed. Yin-yang divine flames surged from all directions and tried to refine the 2 arms. The demonic aura that rushed out from the arms was constantly being refined. However, the 2 arms were eternal great arms after all. It was not an easy task to completely refine them. At that moment, Wu Zizhan hurried over and bowed to Gu Fei. Rumble! Suddenly, a deep thunderous sound came from the direction of Zhongtian. The ground was shaking. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the sound and saw billowing smoke and dust on the horizon. The demonic aura in the sky was vast and mighty. Countless demonic creatures were charging towards them in a frenzy. The demonic creatures were fast. They covered the sky with demonic aura, and the entire world quickly darkened. Hee, they're here to die. As Gu Fei spoke, he patted the bottom of the devouring heaven fire gourd. A moment later, a heaven-devouring power surged out from the devouring heaven fire gourd and enveloped countless demonic creatures. Countless demonic creatures were sucked into the sky by the heaven-devouring power. Then, they flew towards the devouring heaven fire gourd in Gu Fei's hand and were sucked into it. A huge vortex formed in front of the devouring heaven fire gourd. Be it demonic creatures or demonic aura, all of them were sucked into the vortex before being sucked into the devouring heaven fire gourd. Chapter 53:35. Gu Fei was quite satisfied with the heaven-swallowing fire gourd that he had refined. Countless demonic creatures that rushed from the direction of Zhongtian were all sucked into the heaven-swallowing fire gourd in his hand and refined them. The overwhelming demonic chi was also continuously swallowed by the heaven-swallowing fire gourd, and a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. Not only was the demonic chi between heaven and earth frantically devoured by the heaven-swallowing fire gourd, but it was also frantically devoured by the heaven-swallowing fire gourd. The more demonic chi and spiritual chi the heaven and earth devoured by the heaven-swallowing fire gourd, the more powerful it became. This was a Tao artifact that could continue to transform. If it could transform into a peerless Tao artifact, it would be invincible in the world. You guys continue to guard here. I'll go and have a chat with those 7 guys. Gu Fei said to Wu Jixin and the others. Yes, master. Wu Jixian and the others quickly accepted the order. They were overjoyed that they didn't have to return to Hongtian realm. After Gu Fei explained some things to pay attention to, he left the border and went to look for the 7 Buddha supremacies. Those 7 guys had escaped into the Southern Barbarian. The Southern Barbarian was Gu Fei's territory, and these 7 great Buddhist supremes were all at the Emperor realm. In the past, any one of them would be an overlord. In Southern Wilderness, besides Gu Fei, the Witch Emperor's cultivation was the strongest. The Witch Emperor was mysterious and unpredictable, and his whereabouts were uncertain. Even the people of the witch race couldn't find him. It wasn't a trivial matter for the 7 Buddha supremacies to enter Southern Wilderness. One had to know that these were 7 great hoodwinkers. If they were to be hoodwinked, countless Buddha race believers would probably appear in Southern Wilderness. Among the 19 vassal kings of Southern Wilderness, except for a few who were dead set on following Gu Fei, the others were fence-sitters. It was hard to guarantee that no vassal kings would seek refuge with the 7 Buddha supremacies after seeing their strength. It was absolutely impossible for those big baldies to come to his territory to snatch people and territories. Therefore, Gu Fei wanted to have a chat with the 7 big baldies. I can finally take a break. The 7 Buddha supremacies fled all the way into the depths of Nanman before landing on a mountain ridge. They no longer looked like the Buddha supremes of the first generation. They were all in a sorry state. Even heaven, earth, and human supremes were covered in blood. Their kasayas were tattered, but they were still surrounded by Buddha light. I wonder if those 4 fellows will be able to stop that demon. Heaven Dragon Buddha was still a little nervous. What are you worried about? Those 4 fellows must have already stopped that demon. Earth Tiger Buddha said. How did you know? Heavenly Dragon Buddha sneered. Have you been beaten silly by that demon? If it weren't for those 4 fellows blocking that demon, would we have been able to escape here? Earth Tiger Buddha Venerable said disdainfully. What did you say? Heavenly Dragon Buddha was furious. All right, you're still arguing at a time like this. All of you, shut up. The Heavenly Buddha Supreme, who had always been calm, glanced at the 2 and said angrily. Heaven Dragon Buddha Supreme and Earth Tiger Buddha Supreme saw that Heaven Buddha Supreme was enraged, so they immediately cowered and didn't dare to speak. The old ancestor is really something. My clan is about to be exterminated, yet he still hasn't returned. Fury Buddha Supreme muttered in a low voice. Are you looking for a fight? How can we interfere in the old ancestor's affairs? Heavenly Buddha Supreme roared at Fury Buddha Supreme. His anger hadn't subsided yet. This time, no one dared to speak. However, they were all very sullen. For countless years, the Buddha clan had never been forced into such a situation by the demons. Even 3 Buddha Supremes had fallen. Countless disciples of the Buddha clan had been turned into demons by that peerless demon. The entire Buddha land had become a terrifying hell, and countless lives were lost. Thinking about the destruction of the Buddha clan, Heavenly Buddha Supreme almost vomited blood. The foundation that they had been running for countless years had been destroyed just like that. It's all that Gu Fei's fault, Fury Buddha Supreme suddenly roared. The other Buddha Supremes were startled by him. What's wrong with you again? The Heavenly Buddha Supreme was enraged again. Buddhists were supposed to have no desires, and at his level of cultivation, he wouldn't get angry easily. However, he had been through a series of events, and he was easily angered. What are you trying to blame on me again? At this moment, a voice came down from the sky. When the 7 Buddha Supremes heard this, they were shocked. They hurriedly looked up and saw a figure descending from the sky and landing in front of them. Gu Fei. When they saw the person who came, the 7 Buddha Supremes were shocked, especially Fury Buddha Supreme. His forehead was sweating. You guys are people with status and identity. You came uninvited. Are you looking down on me? Gu Fei glanced at the 7 Buddha Supremes and said indifferently, This. When the 7 Buddha Supremes heard this, their expressions changed. South Barbarian was Gu Fei's territory. It seemed really rude for them to barge into South Barbarian. This, Daofren Gu, the situation is urgent. Please understand. Heavenly Buddha Supreme said, Understand, I understand. But, are you guys going to stay in South Barbarian and not leave? Gu Fei smiled and looked at Heavenly Buddha Supreme. This, If Dao Gu can take us in, we will be grateful. Heavenly Buddha Supreme hesitated. I can take you guys in, Gu Fei muttered. Thank you, Dao Gu. The 7 Buddha Supremes heaved a sigh of relief. However, there is a condition. Gu Fei's voice sounded again. What? The 7 Buddha Supremes' hearts were in turmoil again. All of you, go to the border to resist the demons. Gu Fei glanced at the 7 big baldies with a solemn expression. The 7 Buddha Supremes were speechless. They had just escaped from the border, and now they had to go back? Why? You guys are not willing. Gu Fei's voice turned cold. They wanted him to protect these 7 guys unconditionally. How could this do? These 7 guys wanted to come to South Barbarian and be the boss? It's not that we can't, but our ability is limited. Heavenly Buddha Supreme smiled bitterly. Go to the border to resist the demons, and I will ensure that you guys don't die. Gu Fei said in an unquestionable tone. The 7 Demon Supremes were shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to be angry at Gu Fei because Gu Fei was a fierce person. If he was angered, the consequences would be dire. Are you going or not? Give me an answer. Gu Fei didn't want to talk nonsense with these guys. Go, why wouldn't we? Subduing demons has always been the duty of my Buddha clan. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Heavenly Buddha Supreme hurriedly said. Then why aren't you guys going? Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Go now. Heavenly Buddha Supreme quickly smiled apologetically. What are you guys waiting for? Why aren't you leaving? Heavenly Buddha Supreme shouted at the other Buddha Supremes. Dao Gu, farewell. As the Heavenly Buddha Supreme and the others spoke, they rushed into the sky and headed for the border. Chapter 53-36. A demonic calamity broke out in the Void Realm, and the origin of this demon was definitely not simple. Moreover, this Void Realm was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. There were many things that even Gu Fei could not see clearly. This Void Realm actually hid many secrets of heaven and earth. Who would have thought that the boundless demonic source was the key to opening a demonic domain? Moreover, this terrifying demonic domain was opened by Gu Fei himself. If he wanted to refine the demonic source, he naturally had to first refine the seal that appeared on the demonic source. Gu Fei originally thought that the seal on the demonic source was used to seal the demonic power of the demonic source. Who would have thought that the seal not only sealed the demonic power of the demonic source, but also sealed a terrifying demonic domain? From the looks of it, the Supreme Will in the extreme devil cave was just a little guy guarding the door. What a good move. Gu Fei also had to admire the Lord of the demonic domain. All of this was naturally the work of the Lord of the demonic domain. This guy was definitely a ruthless character who could seal himself for countless years. The Lord of the demonic domain must have sealed himself in the demonic domain to recuperate. The current middle sky had already become the world of the Lord of the demonic domain. Moreover, the Lord of the demonic domain's ambition was not small. He wanted to devour the world. He wanted to turn the entire Void Realm into a demonic domain. He even wanted to refine the entire Void Realm. Naturally, Gu Fei could not let him succeed. At this time, Gu Fei sent the 7 Buddha Supremes to the border between Middle Sky and South Barbarian to guard the border with Wu Jixian and the other Eternal Warriors. With them there, unless the Lord of the demonic domain personally came, no one could attack South Barbarian. At this time, with the return of Gu Fei, no one dared to be a fence-sitter anymore. The 19 vassal kings of South Barbarian no longer lived up to their name. Because East King ran away, the 2 witch kings of the sorcerer tribe, Wu Zhao and Wu Ying, were also killed by Gu Fei's people. 3 of the 19 vassal kings were gone. Now, there were only 16 vassal kings in South Barbarian. Moreover, these 16 vassal kings did not dare to rebel at all because they were only divine kings. Gu Fei's second disciple, Long Xiaozhou, was a peak divine king. Xiaoya was also a peak deity realm. Breaking through to the divine king realm was just around the corner. The most amazing thing was that Gu Fei had a disciple of the Tian clan's progenitor. This was an existence that surpassed the Emperor realm and was exceptionally powerful. In the entire Middle Sky, there was only one pure land, the ancestral lands of the Sky race. The demons simply could not attack the ancestral lands of the sky race. What a headache! Gu Fei returned to the capital of Nanman. At this time, the border between Nanman and Zhongtian was guarded by the 4 great generals and 7 great Buddha venerables. The demons would not be able to attack Nanman for a while. The entire southern China was relatively safe. At this time, there were many people gathered outside the southern barbarian imperial capital's barbarian imperial palace. The 16 feudal vassal kings were all here, and all the feudal vassal kings were anxiously pacing back and forth outside the closed palace gate. Brother Fierce Tiger, do you have any inside information? At this moment, the Shaman King Wu Fong whispered to the Fierce Tiger King. The Shaman King Wu Fong was also one of the 16 feudal vassal kings of Nanman. The power of the sorcerer tribe was deeply rooted in Nanman. Even the former barbarian emperor could not completely suppress the sorcerer tribe. There were also many places where the sorcerer tribe lived, and those areas were managed by the Shaman King of the sorcerer tribe. All the feudal vassal kings immediately looked at the Fierce Tiger King. One must know that the Fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King were both Gu Fei's confidants. Naturally, they were the most well-informed. What information can I have? The Fierce Tiger King sneered. At this time, the Red-Browed Eagle King, Qiu Qianjian, and the others were already in the palace. Brother Fierce Tiger, if you know anything, please tell us. The Heaven-Battering King laughed. Get lost, I'm not in a good mood right now. The Fierce Tiger King was really in a bad mood. Because of the outbreak of the demonic calamity, the demons could enter Nanman at any time. At that time, they would also become the prey of the demons. The other feudal vassal kings did not dare to say anything. After all, the Fierce Tiger King and the others were Gu Fei's confidants. The North Garrison King's mood was also very heavy. No one knew if their master, Gu Fei, could stop the invasion of the demons. It would be best if he could stop the demons. If he couldn't, then everyone would be in big trouble. At this moment, the palace door slowly opened, and a person walked out. This person was Shan Kuei. All of you, come in. Shan Kuei glanced at the feudal vassal kings, then turned around and walked in. The feudal vassal kings looked at each other and followed. Their master finally summoned them. This made these feudal vassal kings uneasy. Everyone was guessing why Gu Fei summoned them. Of course, it was obvious that it was because of the demonic calamity. Now, other than the demonic calamity, what else could give Gu Fei a headache? The demonic calamity came too suddenly, and all the forces were not prepared. Especially the Buddhist clan. They were in big trouble. The entire land of Buddha became the demons' base camp. The 1,000 Buddha Mountain became the 1,000 Devil Mountain. And at the peak of the 1,000 Devil Mountain, a gigantic devil shadow was inhaling and exhaling the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Every breath of that devil shadow caused the stars in the sky to tremble, as though they were about to collapse. All the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the sky was being drawn over. From the starry sky to the 9 hells, such a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi was being devoured by the devil shadow. This was truly a brazen act of stealing the heaven and earth spiritual qi, disregarding the consequences. Even if the entire mirage was destroyed, this devil shadow wouldn't even bat an eyelid. This world is going to be mine soon. A voice rang out from the peak of the 1,000 Devil Mountain. This world will not be yours. At this moment, a voice rang out from the peak of the 9 heavens. In the next instant, the dark sky was sliced apart by a beam of cold light. A figure descended from the sky, directly landing on the 1,000 Devil Mountain. The boundless heaven and earth spiritual qi was instantly thrown into chaos. Sword shakes the heavens. The newcomer roared. In the next instant, boundless sword light erupted from his body like raindrops, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rained down on the devil silhouette on the myriad Devil Mountain. Devil engulfs the world. The demonic figure on the myriad Devil Mountain suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of blood-colored demonic light immediately shot out from his eyes. The great devil opened his mouth and sucked in, swallowing all the sword images into his body. At this moment, a figure instantly appeared beside the devil shadow. With a single slash of his sword, the devil shadow was sliced into 2. However, the devil shadow directly dissipated into the air. "It's you." The devil shadow appeared in the distance again. Devil chi revolved around him as a pair of blood-colored eyes could be faintly seen. "To think that you are still alive." That person pointed his sword at the devil shadow. Boundless sword chi gushed forth from his body, dissipating the devil chi in the surroundings. And this person was none other than Palace Lord Ling Tian. "Aren't you still alive as well?" Limitless Sword Sovereign. That devil shadow coldly laughed. You seem somewhat strange." That devil shadow suddenly spoke. He seemed to have discovered something. "Die." Chapter 53:37. Palace Master Ling Tian had actually killed his way into Zhongtian's devil domain and started fighting with the great devil. The demon was so strong that even Palace Head Ling Tian couldn't suppress him. The demon shadow was really weird and really strong. Palace Head Ling Tian used one move and the entire area was filled with sharp sword energy, sealing off all of the demon shadow's escape routes. But the demon shadow allowed the sword to pass through his body like he didn't have a physical body. Moreover, he wasn't injured at all. That was really terrifying. That was because this fellow couldn't be killed. A dead person that couldn't be killed was the most terrifying enemy. "What can you do to me in your current state?" The demon shadow laughed coldly. "Scoff. Do you think that you are better than me?" Palace Head Ling Tian laughed coldly. She and the demon were enemies in Limitless World, and they knew each other very well. Moreover, both of them came to the Void World at the same time. During the battle that year, many top experts of Limitless World were heavily injured. The strong power broke the world wall and caused them to fall into the Void World. From then on, they were trapped in the Void World and couldn't return to Limitless World. "Today, I shall swallow you and then break the world wall to return to Limitless World," the demon hollered out. In the next moment, the entire world turned dark. Countless demonic patterns appeared in the void. These patterns intersected to form a gigantic net that trapped Ling Tian Palace Head in the void. "Haha, do you think you can trap me like this? What a joke." Palace Head Ling Tian said. He merged with his sword and charged into the sky, wanting to rip open the net. But the net was actually really soft. Although Palace Head Ling Tian's sword light was sharp, it couldn't break the net. "Today I shall refine you." The demon's voice rang out. The net that was formed from numerous demon patterns tightened and shot towards Palace Head Ling Tian from all directions. Palace Head Ling Tian was like a big fish in a huge net. No matter how she tried, she couldn't break it. Moreover, the space that she could move in was getting smaller and smaller. "What is this thing? It can actually block my sword light." Palace Head Ling Tian hollered in rage. "Haha. In order to deal with you, I went into seclusion for countless years and refined this heavenly silkworm devilish silk net just for today." The demon laughed gleefully in the demonic energy. "You!" Palace Master Ling Tian was both shocked and furious when he heard this. It seemed like this demon hated him to the core and was only thinking about how to take revenge. In the battle back then, Palace Master Ling Tian wasn't the only one who forced this demon into the mirage. After refining you, this sovereign's cultivation should be able to return to its former peak. After that, this sovereign will go and settle the score with that damned Baldy. The demon said coldly. "That Baldy has already passed away. I'll send you to see him." Ling Tian Palace Master roared furiously. He had no choice but to use his trump card. Sword splits heaven and earth. The sword light head that Ling Tian Palace Master had transformed into emitted boundless sword light. The sword light swept out in all directions, illuminating the heaven and earth, dispersing the demonic aura that filled the sky, and even blocking the heaven's silkworm demonic silk net. At this moment, it was as if a world of swords had been opened up. The terrifying power of the sword way was all-pervasive, and it forcibly opened up the celestial silkworm demonic silk net. "Humph, it seems like you haven't been idle all these years." The limitless demon laughed coldly. "Kill." Palace Master Ling Tian unleashed the power of the sword way to the extreme, bringing along the world of swords as he charged towards the unbounded demon. Everything in his path was destroyed by the power of the sword way that could split the heavens and earth. The celestial silkworm demonic silk net that was cultivated by the unbounded demon was no exception, as it shattered in the void. Damn! The limitless demon was shocked and furious. At this moment, he stepped on Thousand Demon Mountain and crazily swallowed the power of the ancestral earth meridian that was suppressing Thousand Demon Mountain. Hong Long Long, the entire Thousand Demon Mountain, even the entire Buddha land, half of Middle Sky was shaking. The ground shook violently and giant cracks appeared one after another. Mountains collapsed, houses collapsed, and numerous living beings suffered. This scene was as terrifying as the end of the world. Only creatures with powerful cultivations could survive. That madman. In Middle Sky ancestral land, a figure passed through many layers of formations and appeared on a mountain. This person was dressed in purple and had a graceful figure. It was the old ancestor of Middle Sky, Yu Xian. Swoosh! Yu Xian's figure instantly disappeared from the peak of the mountain. At this moment, on the peak of Thousand Demon Mountain, the limitless demon raised his hands high and actually lifted the world of swords that was descending from the sky. Endless sword chi surged out from Ling Tian Palace Master's world of swords. The sleeves of the limitless demon's arms were instantly shredded into pieces. Even as strong as the limitless demon, his hands that were holding up the world of swords were cut into countless bloody scars. However, the scars on the limitless demon's arms were also healing rapidly. The battle between Ling Tian Palace Master and the limitless demon was earth-shattering. The entire void realm changed color and countless experts were alarmed. Southern Barbarian, Eastern Baron, West Sea, North Ruins, the emperors of the four great regions all rushed up to the sky and looked towards the direction of Middle Sky. Even the mysterious and unfathomable shaman emperor had appeared. With Gu Fei's cultivation, he naturally sensed the battle in Middle Sky. He was also very curious. With Ling Tian Palace Master's cultivation, would he be able to defeat the demon? The moment the Devil Domain appeared, Gu Fei didn't really fight with the demon. He only exchanged a palm strike with the demon in the Devil Domain. That day, Gu Fei directly retreated after exchanging a palm strike with the demon in the Devil Domain because he wasn't confident. If he was confident, the Devil Calamity wouldn't have happened. Because the demon in the Devil Domain was an existence of the infinity level. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it was still not enough to deal with an infinity-level demon. Xiaoya, you take care of Southern Barbarian. I'm going to watch the show. Gu Fei gave an order to Little Ya and then disappeared from the sky. How could Gu Fei miss such a great show? If there was a chance, he would definitely kill the demon in the Devil Domain. Rumble. The ground of Middle Sky shook. But at this moment, a giant cauldron descended from the sky and shook the ground. The power of the 9 great paths intertwined, and the entire Middle Sky was actually suppressed. That was Gu Fei's 9 Paths Cauldron. He used the 9 Paths Cauldron to suppress Middle Sky and protect the billions of living beings in Middle Sky. Actually, there were countless living beings in Middle Sky that hadn't been demonized yet. At this time, the limitless demon had already retracted his endless demonic energy. He wanted to fight Ling Tian Palace Master with all his strength. Ling Tian Palace Master was publicly recognized as the world's strongest expert in the Void Realm. Against such an expert, even the limitless demon had to go all out. Chapter 53:38. Gu Fei's Cauldron stabilized Zenith Heaven. At this moment, Palace Master Ling Tian and Limitless Demon were fighting with all their might. Palace Master Ling Tian's Heaven and Earth Sword clashed against Limitless Demon Heaven. Rumble. At the peak of Thousand Demon Mountain, Limitless Demon held the sky with both hands. The void around him shook violently as if a demonic sky was being created. Drawing the spiritual chi from the earth veins to create Limitless Demon Heaven, Palace Master Ling Tian's voice came from the Heaven and Earth Sword. Humph! Devil Limitless coldly laughed. He didn't say anything. Endless streams of earth veins spiritual chi frenziedly gushed out from the earth veins of the myriad Devil Mountain, passing through the myriad Devil Mountain before being absorbed into his body. Open! Limitless Demon roared. The next moment, the void collapsed. Endless demonic chi burst out from the void and a demonic sky appeared. This was the power to create heaven and earth. It actually pushed Palace Master Ling Tian's heaven and earth sword apart. These two fellas are almost the same in terms of battle strength. Gu Fei arrived nearby and found a good spot to watch the show. There are quite a lot of people watching the show. Gu Fei suddenly sensed the aura of other experts, and it wasn't just one. Master Brat, you are here too? At this moment, a figure appeared beside Gu Fei. Disciple, you dare to be disrespectful to Master? Gu Fei smiled. It was Yu Xian, the old ancestor of Sky Culmination Clan. Although she was Gu Fei's disciple, she wasn't very polite to Gu Fei. How can I miss such an exciting show? Gu Fei stared at the battle in front of him without blinking. Be it Palace Master Ling Tian or Limitless Demon, the mystic arts they used were beyond the eternal realm. To Gu Fei, it was very valuable. These two fellas had evolved their own heaven and earth. This heaven and earth wasn't an inner heaven and earth, but a heaven and earth used to fight others. Ling Tian Palace Master created a world of swords, while Limitless Demon created a world of devils. The boundless demonic sky obliterated everything. All the sword chi from Palace Lord Ling Tian's sword heaven and earth were obliterated by the boundless demonic sky around Demon Wu Ji. It would not be easy for the two peerless experts to determine a victor. These two fellows came from above? Gu Fei asked. Do you even need to ask? Yu Xian said indifferently. What? There are demons up there? Gu Fei asked curiously. Demons are everywhere. Whether they are gods or demons, it only takes a single thought. Yu Xian sighed. That makes sense. Gu Fei gave Yu Xian a thumbs up. That has always been the case. Yu Xian said, I will kill you today. At this moment, at the peak of the myriad Devil Mountain, the Ling Tian Palace Lord roared in rage. The entire sword heaven and earth suddenly expanded, enveloping the limitless devil heavens. When Gu Fei saw this, he was shocked. The Ling Tian Palace Lord was truly powerful. Was he planning to perish together with the limitless demon Wu Ji? Lunatic, lunatic. All of you are lunatics. Yu Xian suddenly went crazy. What are you doing? Gu Fei glanced at Yu Xian. Seeing that her eyes were red and incomparably agitated, he couldn't help but jump in shock. I have a part of that body too. What if it's broken? Yu Xian roared. What body? Gu Fei asked curiously. She and I are one. If she loses, I will be unlucky too. Yu Xian raged. What? There's such a thing? What's going on? You and the Ling Tian Palace Lord are the same person? Gu Fei's jaw almost dropped. This was a huge secret. The old ancestor of the Tian clan and the Ling Tian Palace Lord were actually the same person. How is this possible? How did the two of you become like this? Gu Fei really did not understand how a person could actually split into two independent people. These two people were not clones. They were real people with flesh and blood, with independent souls. You wish to know? Yu Xian suddenly looked at Gu Fei and smiled. Nope, Gu Fei said directly. He didn't want to create another him. Want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The limitless demon Wu Ji sneered. In the next moment, his limitless demon heaven actually shrunk, transformed the sky into a blade, used the blade to break the sky. In the next moment, the limitless demon Wu Ji and his limitless demon heaven fused together. Using the power of the demonic heaven and his own strength, it turned into a heaven-splitting demon blade. Swish! The demon blade rushed into the sky, directly breaking through the Ling Tian Palace Lord's sword heaven and earth. The Ling Tian Palace Lord's sword heaven and earth dissipated in the void. Countless sword shadows disappeared as if they had never appeared. At this moment, the Ling Tian Palace Lord's figure appeared in the void. The originally extraordinary Ling Tian Palace Lord was now in a sorry state. Her hair was messy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Ling Tian Palace Lord lost? Gu Fei said in shock. Limitless Sword Master is merely so-so. Haha. At this moment, the limitless demon Wu Ji laughed loudly. Limitless Sword Master? Gu Fei looked at Yu Xian. It's just a title. Yu Xian said unhappily. Yu Xian, I know you are here. Why aren't you making a move? Are you waiting for me to be killed by this demon? The Ling Tian Palace Lord said loudly. You want me to fuse with you? Impossible. Yu Xian'er roared in anger. So you've really mastered the legendary secret technique. The limitless demon Wu Ji stared at the Ling Tian Palace Lord in shock. That's a big joke. The Ling Tian Palace Lord was about to go crazy. She was originally the Limitless Realm's invincible swordmaster, but she courted death by creating two of herself. Moreover, these two weren't clones but true existences with independent souls. In other words, she actually cultivated another her. If the two of them were separated, their strength would drop. Although the drop wasn't very big, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the limitless demon Wu Ji. If they wanted to fight against the limitless demon Wu Ji, they would have to fuse together. If they fused together, they would become the true limitless sword master. The true limitless sword master was an existence that even the limitless demon Wu Ji had to retreat from. Kill. The limitless demon Wu Ji roared in anger and once again turned into a demonic blade that slashed towards the Ling Tian Palace Lord with extreme speed. He wouldn't let them fuse together. Back then, the limitless sword master fought with all the heroes and snatched a legendary secret art. After she cultivated this secret art, she was immediately unlucky. Therefore, the limitless demon Wu Ji wanted to kill the Ling Tian Palace Lord first. Clang! The blade and sword clashed. The Ling Tian Palace Lord was sent flying by the limitless demon Wu Ji's blade as she coughed out blood. Chapter 53-39. The battle between Ling Tian Palace Lord and Limitless Demon Lord was very exciting. At least, Gu Fei felt that it was very exciting. However, Palace Master Ling Tian wasn't a match for Limitless Demon. This was the #1 expert in the Void World. If even the #1 expert in the Void World wasn't a match for this demon, then who else in the entire Void World could be a match for this demon? Clang! Another resounding sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens. Palace Master Ling Tian was sent flying by the limitless demon saber again, and he coughed up blood again. Gu Fei could tell that the limitless demon sky had fused with the demon Dao, and the demon saber had fused with the limitless demon sky. With these three powers fusing together, it was no wonder that the Ling Tian Palace Master couldn't withstand it. Actually, this kind of method was only SOSO even if one saw through it. However, this depended on the person who used it. You're still not going to act? Gu Fei said to Yu Xian'er, who was beside him. Why should I attack? Yu Xian'er was very depressed. If you still don't make a move, your physical body will be gone, Gu Fei reminded. How troublesome. Yu Xian'er roared in rage. In the next instant, she transformed into a beam of immortal light and directly broke through the layers of devil qi, rushing into the myriad devil mountains. At the same time, Ling Tian Palace Master was sent flying by the limitless Devil King, and he was flying towards Yu Xian'er. Roar! The limitless Demon King roared as he struck out with his blade. He could not allow them to fuse together. However, the moment the limitless Demon Lord's saber descended, the celestial light that Yu Xian'er turned into rushed into Ling Tian Palace Master's body. Boom! In the next moment, an incomparably bright light burst forth from the body of the Ling Tian Palace Lord. This light directly dispersed the boundless demonic qi of the 1,000 Demon Mountain. This immortal light was many times brighter than the divine sun in the sky. Immortal light illuminates the world. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. Buzz! The void trembled as the limitless demon saber was blown away by the extremely powerful immortal Dao power that was unleashed. Rumble! The entire myriad Devil Mountain was trembling. Countless cracks appeared on the myriad Devil Mountain. This divine mountain that had existed for countless years seemed like it could crumble at any moment. The return of my true self. A voice rang out from the peak of the myriad Devil Mountains, instantly spreading throughout the entire sky. In the next instant, that ball of immortal light vanished as a magnificent silhouette appeared at the peak of the myriad Devil Mountain. She was like the embodiment of the myriad Daos of heaven and earth, a supreme immortal who ruled over everything. The limitless Swordmaster was just one of her titles. However, The sword was only one of the das that she had mastered. This was the first time Gu Fei had encountered someone like this. Was this the limitless immortal? This kind of existence might be a true peerless power cultivator, and peerless power was the highest cultivation realm that Gu Fei knew of. Whether there was a higher cultivation realm above peerless power, he didn't know. Limitless Sword Master, let's fight. At this moment, the limitless Demon King roared out and charged over from the distance. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled, and the entire world darkened once more. Monstrous demonic chi swept over along with the limitless devil, and it was terrifying to the extreme. The demonic aura emitted by the limitless Demon King shook the heavens and the earth. Even the void cracked, forming terrifying cracks. Sword, come. The supreme figure waved her right hand, and the boundless power of the sword Tao condensed into a celestial sword. The limitless sword master waved his hand casually, and the celestial sword immediately turned into a dazzling sword light that pierced towards the limitless Demon King. Clang! The demonic blade and the sword light instantly clashed, and the limitless Demon King was once again sent flying, crashing into a mountain ridge. After fusing together, the combat strength is heaven-defying. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. One must know that the limitless Demon King was so powerful just now. Slash after slash, he sent Ling Tian Palace Master flying. But now, the limitless Demon King couldn't be arrogant anymore. Kill, kill, kill. The limitless Demon King charged back like a madman. However, the limitless Sword Master waved his hand again, and the limitless Demon King was sent flying again. There was no other way. The limitless Sword Master was just too strong. When the limitless Demon King was sent flying, the limitless sword took the initiative. In the next moment, she appeared beside the limitless Demon King, and with a palm, she sent the limitless Demon King flying high into the sky. Swish! The limitless Sword Master flashed and appeared high up in the sky again. After that, he stomped on the limitless Demon King's body, causing the limitless Demon King to fall from the sky. Boom! The limitless Demon King ruthlessly smashed onto the myriad Devil Mountain, causing the entire mountain to instantly crumble. Limitless Sword Master, consider yourself ruthless. After speaking, the limitless Demon King vanished. He was the lord of a devil domain, yet he directly escaped into his domain. However, the limitless Sword Master condensed another immortal sword. Then, she slashed out with a peerless sword. Everywhere the resplendent sword light passed, the void was directly annihilated. Endless amounts of demonic energy rushed out from the cracks in space. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his eyeballs almost popped out. After Yuxian fused with Ling Tian Palace Master, she actually became so strong that she could break the heavens and earth with a raise of her hand. This sword slashed out the devil domain that was hidden in the void. A single slash was enough to break the limitless Demon King's devil domain. Ever since the limitless Demon King came to the void world, he had always been hiding in this devil domain and had never come out. If it wasn't for Gu Fei refining the limitless demon origin in the extreme devil cave, it was unknown how long this great devil would have to hide in the devil domain. The limitless Sword Master didn't say a word and directly killed his way into the devil domain. Gu Fei's show couldn't be watched anymore. No one knew the result of the battle in the devil domain. After half a day, the limitless Sword Master broke out of the devil domain once again. Gu Fei discovered that the limitless Sword Master was in a sorry state. His hair was a little messy. After that, the limitless Sword Master directly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei was so shocked that he almost jumped up. This was the unparalleled immortal who beat up the limitless Demon King. Why was he looking for him? The limitless Sword Master stared at Gu Fei without blinking, not saying a word. Damn, did this guy cultivate so much that he turned stupid? Gu Fei thought to himself. He definitely couldn't say these words unless he wanted to be tortured. The limitless Sword Master stared at him for 4 hours. Being stared at by such an unparalleled existence, Gu Fei didn't dare to move at all. This made him incomparably depressed. Fortunately, not long later, a dazzling immortal light rushed out from the limitless Sword Master's body. Then, two figures appeared within the immortal light. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked by the scene before him. This unparalleled immortal actually split into two people. One was Ling Tian Palace Master, and the other was naturally Yu Xian'er. To these two, they were invincible in the fusion path. If they were separated, they would be weak. When the immortal light dissipated, Yu Xian'er and Ling Tian Palace Master opened their eyes at the same time. What a mystical secret art! Chapter 53-40. No one would have thought that the old ancestor of the Sky Clan, Yu Xian'er, and the invincible Ling Tian Palace Lord were actually twins. Also, when Yu Xian'er and Ling Tian Palace Leader fused, their combat strength made Gu Fei dumbfounded. When the two of them fused, they were able to beat up the limitless Demon Lord. Even if the limitless Demon Lord escaped back to his lair, he couldn't shake off the limitless Sword Sovereign and was forced into the Devil Domain. Other than the limitless Demon Lord and the limitless Sword Sovereign, no one knew the result of the battle. After Yu Xian'er and Ling Tian Palace Leader separated, Ling Tian Palace Leader turned into a beam of sword light and shot into the sky, instantly disappearing. What was the result of the battle? Gu Fei couldn't help but ask. What result? Yu Xian'er was at a loss. Gu Fei looked at Yu Xian'er as if she was a monster. Ah, you're talking about the battle with the demon? I don't know. Yu Xian'er came to her senses and shook her head. What? You don't know? Gu Fei was shocked. How would I know? After the fusion, I won't be me anymore. Yu Xian'er sighed. This was the reason why she didn't want to fuse with Ling Tian Palace Leader. Because after the fusion, the limitless Sword Sovereign would be a brand new life form. A new life form with independent thoughts and even an independent soul. You won't be you? Gu Fei was shocked. What kind of secret technique did this fellow cultivate? This was too unbelievable. Although he was curious about what secret technique the limitless Sword Sovereign cultivated, he would definitely not cultivate such a secret technique. After the limitless Sword Sovereign cultivated such a secret technique, he was completely lost. Master, I will return to the clan. That demon probably won't be able to come out without some time to recuperate. Yu Xian'er bid farewell to Gu Fei. All right, you can go back, Gu Fei said. Yu Xian'er left right away. At this moment, Myriad Devil Mountain was already a thing of the past. This place was completely destroyed and all the temples were destroyed. Even the temples that had Buddhist emperors presiding over them were not spared. Countless believers of the Buddha race were invaded by the demonic qi, turning into malevolent and horrifying beasts. However, by this time, those beasts had already hidden themselves. Of course, there were still countless living beings that had not been invaded by the demonic qi. At this time, these living beings that had not turned into demonic creatures walked out of their hiding places. The devil calamity that had engulfed the entire middle sky had finally come to an end. However, the limitless Demon King had yet to be killed. No one knew when he would appear again. The limitless Demon Lord hid in the demon domain, but the number of living beings that were demonized in culmination was not small. So, from time to time, demonic creatures would attack other living beings in culmination. After Gu Fei returned to South Barbarian, Wu Jixin and the rest, along with the 7 Buddha supremacies, continued to guard the border between Middle Heaven and South Barbarian. In the capital of Nanman, in a quiet courtyard in the Barbarian Palace, Gu Fei was in seclusion again. At this time, Xiaoya left the capital with the red-browed Eagle King, Qiu Qinjian, Han Chong, and the Saber King Luo Lai. They were a demon hunting team that wanted to enter the world to cultivate and hunt demonic creatures. Xiaoya wanted to break through to the Divine King realm, while the red-browed Eagle King and the rest wanted to take the step to Emperor realm. If they wanted to break through their current cultivation level, just cultivating in seclusion was not enough. Therefore, Xiaoya decided to enter the world to cultivate and casually hunt demonic creatures. Although the limitless Demon Lord escaped, he left behind countless demonic creatures to wreak havoc in the world. Not only Xiaoya, but people from other regions were also preparing to enter culmination. However, at this time, the emissary of the Eastern Barbarian demon race came to the capital of South Barbarian. They wanted to discuss the matter of Eastern Sun City with Gu Fei. After all, That was one of the 5 immortal divine cities of Eastern Barbarian. How could the Eastern Barbarian demon race watch this divine city be occupied by the human race? Moreover, the person who occupied Eastern Sun City was the ruthless Gu Fei. Gu Fei had already eaten the fat piece of meat that was Eastern Sun City. It would be difficult for him to spit it out again. However, the Eastern Barbarian demon race was not willing to give up, so they sent a group of emissaries to South Barbarian. The person who received the emissaries was the Great Hong Ancestor. When this guy was in the Ling Tian Palace, he was very popular and had a glib tongue. Since Xiaoyu was not around, the Great Hong Ancestor took over. As for Huang Fuzun, he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and did not know how to communicate with others. He could not do something like receiving the emissaries. Originally, if Long Xiaozhou was around, there was no need for the Great Hong Ancestor to come out. However, Long Xiaozhou had returned to the West Sea and would not be able to rush back in a short time. Gu Fei did not care about the outside world and directly went into seclusion. However, he had the Khanate Stone Man avatar, so he could come out at a critical moment. What's going on? This Gu Fei is too arrogant. He actually left us in this broken restaurant. It has been 3 days, and no one has come to reply. In the South Barbarian royal capital, in a room of a restaurant beside the Barbarian royal palace, 9 great demons sat. They were all experts of the Eastern Barbarian demon race and were members of the emissaries to South Barbarian. The Eastern Barbarian demon king, Yao Wuqian, was also one of the emissaries. The one who looked dissatisfied was Lin Qing, an expert from the Fire Qilin clan. Lin Qing was also a demon king. His cultivation was the same as Yao Wuqian's, half a step into the emperor realm. Lin Qing, don't be impatient, Yao Wuqian said calmly. Io, all of you are angry. At this time, an old man came in. This old man was full of smiles. Who else could it be but the Great Hong Ancestor? Seeing the Great Hong Ancestor, the people of the Eastern Barbarian demon race all stood up. The Great Hong Ancestor naturally knew why these guys were going to South Barbarian. Dongyang City had already fallen into their hands. How could they return it to the Eastern Barbarian demon race? Next, the Great Hong Ancestor and the people of the Eastern Barbarian demon race chatted non-stop. They did not talk about the main topic at all. This made the people of the Eastern Barbarian demon race extremely depressed. At this time, Xiaoya's demon hunting team had already crossed the border between South Barbarian and Middle Sky. This place was once ravaged by the demonic army and was full of devastation. The big and small cities in this area were in ruins. Almost all the living creatures in the cities were dead. Wherever the demonic army passed, not even a blade of grass could be seen. However, there were also quite a few creatures that survived. However, there were many demonic creatures in this area as well. Figures of demonic creatures could be seen in the mountains from time to time. Your Highness, there is a demonic creature ahead. It should have the combat power of a divine king. In a small valley in the mountains of South Sky of Middle Sky, the red-browed eagle king returned. What? There is a divine king demonic creature here? Xiaoya could not help but be shocked. There is nothing strange about it. Didn't a great battle take place here? Qiu Qinjian said disapprovingly. That's true. Then let's go and meet this demonic creature, Xiaoya said as she rushed into the sky and out of the small valley. Chapter 53:41. Demonic creatures roamed the southern region of Midheaven, and countless creatures were threatened by them. Xiaoya led the red-browed eagle king, Qiu Qinjian, Han Chong, and the saber sovereign Luo Lai into the southern region of Midheaven to hunt demonic creatures. This was Xiaoya's first step in cultivation. At this moment, the red-browed eagle king discovered a god-king demonic creature, which surprised and delighted Xiaoya. She had been lacking an opponent of this level. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar shook the heavens and the earth. A gigantic demonic shadow stood in front of a mountain stronghold. Countless humans in the stronghold were trembling in fear. They were extremely frightened. This was an incomparably malevolent magical beast, a black demon single-horned tiger. The black demon tiger's mountain-like body was like the Grim Reaper, capable of destroying the stronghold at any time. In fact, the village had been spared by chance. It was located in a very remote area and had not been affected by the demonic army. But now, the stronghold could no longer hide from them. The black-horned demonic tiger roared and was about to pounce on the village. However, at this critical moment, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly tore through the air and slashed at the black-horned demonic tiger. The sword light was extremely sharp, and the sword chi that spread from it directly dispersed the demonic aura in the surroundings. Demonic creature, don't be so arrogant. A delicate shout rang out, and a figure in white flew over from afar. This was the imperial sword technique. Using one's will to control the sword, the speed of the sword was as fast as one's will, arriving in an instant. The black-horned demonic tiger knew that it was powerful, so it turned in the air and dodged. Boom! The black-horned demonic tiger landed in the forest, causing the ground to tremble. In the next moment, the black demonic flames that spread from the black-horned demonic tiger immediately burned the surrounding flowers, trees, and even stones to ashes. The demonic tiger stared at the girl in white, its blood-red eyes filled with a frightening bloodthirst. What a powerful demonic flame, Xiaoya said in surprise. The demonic aura on this demonic tiger was extremely powerful. Your Highness, be careful. The red-browed eagle king and the others had already caught up. They could not help but admire Xiaoya. Xiaoya was not a god king yet, but her speed was even faster than renowned kings like the red-browed hawk king. This was especially true for the red-browed eagle king. He was a king who specialized in speed, yet even he could not catch up to little Ya. This caused the red-browed eagle king to be extremely shocked. All of you, retreat. Guard this stronghold for me. Xiaoya ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Red-browed eagle king and the other three immediately spread out and guarded the village. Roar! The black single-horned demon tiger let out a furious roar, causing the entire forest to tremble. The black single-horned demon tiger's body sank, and in the next moment, its four claws forcefully pushed off the ground, and it directly pounced towards Xiaoya. This tiger pounce was the black-horned demon tiger's trump card. Even famous kings like the red-browed eagle king wouldn't dare to take this pounce head-on. Sword and shield. Xiaoya recalled her flying sword. In the next moment, the flying sword spun in front of her and turned into a light shield. Bam! The black-horned demon tiger directly pounced on the sword and shield in front of Xiaoya. The sword and shield vibrated, and Xiaoya, along with the sword and shield, was sent flying more than 10 meters away. The black-horned demon tiger's figure flashed in the void, and it pounced towards Xiaoya again. Although this black-horned demon tiger was huge, its speed was extremely fast. One must know that this demon tiger was a king-level demonic beast. Mountain slash. Xiaoya held the sword with both hands and directly slashed at the black-horned demon tiger. A sword light rushed out of Xiaoya's hand and instantly grew to 100 meters. This sword of hers seemed to be able to directly split the heavens and earth. It was extremely powerful. Clang! Xiaoya's sword light directly struck the black-horned demon tiger's horn. Sparks flew everywhere, and Xiaoya was once again sent flying. She was only half a step into the king realm, and not a true king realm expert. In terms of strength, Xiaoya could not compare to this black-horned demon tiger. Humph! Xiaoya sneered. In the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out of Xiaoya's body, turning into a rain of swords, and pierced towards the black-horned demon tiger. This move of hers directly sealed off all of the black-horned demon tiger's escape routes. Although the black-horned demon tiger was powerful, it could not dodge the sword lights that covered the sky and covered the earth. Countless sword lights directly pierced through the black-horned demon tiger, and when each sword light pierced through the black-horned demon tiger, it brought out a stream of demonic blood. The black-horned demon tiger roared angrily and fell from the sky. Boom! The ground shook, and the black-horned demon tiger directly smashed a large pit in the ground. However, this black-horned demon tiger did not die just like that. The demonic blood turned into demonic mist and was completely devoured by the black-horned demon tiger. The wounds on the black-horned demon tiger's body rapidly healed. Very good. If it was so easy to kill this fellow, then it would be too boring. When Xiaoya saw what happened to the black-horned demon tiger, her battle intent became even stronger. Just as Xiaoya began to hunt demonic creatures, In the southern barbarian royal capital, Ancestor Tianhong was in a restaurant outside the barbarian royal palace, chatting with the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan's emissaries. The Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan wanted to take back Dongyang City from Gu Fei's hands. However, Dongyang City had already fallen into Gu Fei's hands, so they would not come. This was because no one could take back anything that had fallen into Gu Fei's hands. At this time, Gu Fei's second disciple, Long Xiaozhou, returned. You and I are both from the Demon Clan. How about giving me some face? On the tower of the southern barbarian royal capital stood two figures, a man and a woman. The man was Yao Wutian from the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan, and the woman was Long Xiaozhou from the West Sea Dragon Clan. You want me to give you face? Long Xiaozhou said indifferently to Yao Wutian. You and I are both from the Demon Clan. Shouldn't we help each other? Yao Wutian said. What do you want me to help you with? Help you get back Dongyang City? That's impossible. Long Xiaozhou said coldly. Why not? Everything in this world has a price. As long as you can afford it, everything is possible. Yao Wutian said proudly. Is that so? Long Xiaozhou smiled noncommittally. Then what price can you afford? Long Xiaozhou asked curiously. How about the secret of the copper gate of heaven and earth? Yao Wutian suddenly smiled. What? When Long Xiaozhou heard this, his shock was no small matter. How is that possible? How do you know the secret of the copper gate of heaven and earth? Long Xiaozhou did not believe it at all. One should know that the copper gate of heaven and earth was the biggest secret of the void realm. According to legend, whoever could understand this secret would be able to ascend and enter the legendary undying world. There was such a legend in the void realm, but no one knew if it was true or not. Previously, the 5 emperors of the 5 regions had joined forces to open the copper gate of heaven and earth, but they still failed in the end. The secret of the copper gate of heaven and earth. Chapter 53-42. The copper gate of the heaven and earth was an ancient legend in the void realm. No one knew when it first appeared, and no one knew how to open it. However, legend had it that behind the gate was a world without death. Countless geniuses in the void realm had tried to open the gate, but they all failed. Since ancient times, no one had been able to open the copper gate of the heaven and earth. Long Xiaozhou didn't expect Yao Wutian to use the secret of the copper gate of the heaven and earth to exchange for Dongyang City. What? Is this secret not enough? Yao Wutian asked. Long Xiaozhou pondered for a long time before saying, Okay then, I'll go see Master. With that, Long Xiaozhou turned around and left. Hee, even the secret of the copper gate of the heaven and earth can't be exchanged for Dongyang City? Yao Wutian was very confident because no one in the world could resist the secret of the copper gate of the heaven and earth. Not even Gu Fei could resist. This time, the 4 great clans came to the southern barbarian capital to obtain Dongyang City. It has to be said that if Dongyang City was taken by the human race, would the eastern domain still be the demon race's eastern domain? Meanwhile, in the barbarian palace, outside Gu Fei's closed-door training ground. Master, disciple requests to see Master. Long Xiaozhou didn't dare to directly barge in, so he said from outside the door. What is it? Gu Fei's voice came from inside. He was in closed-door cultivation, and it wasn't some kind of death seclusion. He didn't forbid his disciples from coming to look for him. Therefore, Long Xiaozhou dared to directly come to his place of closed-door cultivation and seek an audience. Master, it's like this. The Eastern barbarian demon race wants to use the secret of the copper gate of the heaven and earth to exchange for Dongyang City. Disciple didn't dare to make the decision on his own, so I came to see Master. Long Xiaozhou said respectfully. The secret of the copper gate of the heaven and earth? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, frowned. He had heard about the copper gate of the heaven and earth, but he didn't know much about it. When he rose up in the southern barbarian, the barbarian emperor wasn't there, but went to the copper gate of the heaven and earth. What was the secret of the copper gate of heaven and earth? Gu Fei was also curious, but if they wanted to use the secret of the heaven and earth copper gate to trade for Dongyang City, then the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan was underestimating him too much. Master, what should we do? Long Xiaozhou asked. Tell them to go back to where they came from. Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes, disciple will take his leave. Long Xiaozhou quickly retreated. Could it be that his master was not interested in the secrets of the copper gate of heaven and earth? This was the secret of the copper gate of the heaven and earth. Even though Long Xiaozhou really wanted to know this secret, Yao Wuyin would never tell him. The ownership of Dongyang City was not something she could decide. Very quickly, Long Xiaozhou appeared on top of the imperial capital's city gate tower. Yao Wuyin had not left yet, because he knew that Long Xiaozhou had returned. What? Can you give Dongyang City to us? Yao Wuyin smiled proudly because he was confident that no cultivator from the void world could resist the temptation of the copper gate of heaven and earth. Hand over your head. My master told you to go back to where you came from. Long Xiaozhou shouted at Yao Wuyin. What? Yao Wuyin was dumbfounded. That Gu Fei did not even want to know the secret of the copper gate of heaven and earth? How was this possible? What did you say? Yao Wuyin stared at Long Xiaozhou in disbelief. Are you deaf? I said. My master told you to go back to where you came from. Did you hear me? Long Xiaozhou said impatiently. Yao Wuyin was speechless. There was really someone in this world who was not interested in the secret of the copper gate of heaven and earth. All right, you don't have to look for me anymore. I'll never see you again. After saying that, Long Xiaozhou walked away, leaving behind a dumbfounded Yao Wuyin. Oh no, what should I do? Yao Wuyin was really dumbfounded. His biggest reliance was the secret of the copper gate of heaven and earth. Now, the other party was not interested in this secret. What could he do? There was no hope. It seemed impossible for the Eastern Baron demon race to take back Dongyang City from Gu Fei's hands. In Yao Wuyin's eyes, everything had a price. Dongyang City also had a price. As long as the price was high enough, he could buy the entire city. However, both Yao Wuyin and the Eastern Baron demon race had greatly underestimated Gu Fei. The secret that was priceless in their eyes was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Moreover, it was very meaningful for the human race to take over Dongyang City. This was because the human race had never occupied the 5 immortal cities of the Eastern Baron territory. This place had always been the territory of the Eastern Baron demon race. The human race had never been the owner of this place. But now, the human race was about to become one of the owners of this land. How could Gu Fei hand over Dongyang City to the Eastern Baron demon race? Want to trade a secret for Dongyang City? Dream on. In Gu Fei's cultivation ground, Gu Fei muttered to himself as he sat on the mat. Things that were in his hands could not be returned. The Eastern Baron demon race's mission had come for nothing. At this moment, in the southern mountain range of Sky Center, a tiger's roar shook the sky. One human and one tiger battled, destroying the entire mountain range. The Devilchi was vast and mighty, and the surrounding flowers, trees, and anything that had life force was rapidly disappearing. However, Xiaoya's aura was getting stronger and stronger. This crazy tiger is really hard to deal with. Xiaoya used the 8 Desolation step and moved like a phantom. She dodged the Black Demon Tiger's attacks and occasionally slashed at it. She was weakening the Black Demon Tiger's power. Xiaoya's move was really effective. The Black Horn Demonic Tiger's aura was constantly weakening, because every time she slashed at the Black Horn Demonic Tiger, it would more or less cause a certain amount of damage. She cultivated the 9 secrets of the Celestial Path. One of the 9 secrets of the Celestial Path was the pure secret art. It could turn all the origin energy in the world into the most primitive spiritual energy and then absorb it. The more Xiaoya fought, the stronger she became, but the more the Black Demon Tiger became weaker. At this moment, the red-browed Eagle King and the others who were watching the battle from the side also noticed this. They really admired Little Ya. A half-step King Realm cultivator was actually able to fight against a real King Realm cultivator. However, what truly shocked the red-browed Eagle King and the rest was that Xiaoya was the disciple of their master, Gu Fei. Xiaoya's mystic arts were also imparted to her by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's mystic arts were truly heaven-defying. The Eagle King and the others were also very envious of Xiaoya. Xiaoya's true strength was her sword Dao. Gu Fei's sword Dao had also reached great heights. At this moment, the people of the village were all terrified. The Black Demon Tiger's aura made their souls tremble. One sword to kill the heavens. Meanwhile, Xiaoya suddenly shouted loudly. In the next moment, she'd actually fused with her sword, and she instantly transformed into an extremely swift and fierce strand of sword light that directly slashed the horned black devil tiger into two. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.